I just thought we'd play catch up with basketball and hockey and that we'd go forward with Tommy about, you know, okay, how much talent does America really have and how much difference does a coach really make?
Right. That's kind of where I figured you were going with that one.
Tomorrow's show looks pretty good on paper. Morning, everybody. Wow. Folks are raring to go. How's everybody been? Hope you had a nice fourth. And Resk Pause, good morning. Haven't seen you in a while. It'll be okay, Ambien. It'll be okay. So, Paula, you went Tour de France to fill your week, huh? Okay. What do you think of them finding that guy because he stopped to kiss his wife and give his son a hug? What the heck? Very anti-family values of the Tour de France, I'll tell you. Nice to be back, AJC. All right. Wimbledon for ambient. Got it.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you. Hope you had a good week, 4th of July, a holiday weekend, and all that good stuff. How the heck are you? We are Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. And yes, we were off last week. our 1 week of the year that we will take off. Mark went away for a few days. How was it?
It was good. We ended up getting a little rain, so our fishing trip wasn't as good as it could have been. We caught some fish, but we had to dodge rain and didn't get to go out as far as we should. But other than that, got to spend a lot of time with family, which was great. A little time in the sun, which was great. A little time with the sun, which was incredible because I don't see him as much as I would like, obviously, with him a few states away. So it was a good vacation. And I know you were playing, Nurse David most of the week. So
Yeah.
I know it wasn't a vacation for you.
No, probably one of the 10 worst weeks of my life, to be honest with you. But it sounds like your vacation was a lot like the NASCAR race yesterday. Okay, a little wet, had to cut things short. Still overall, pretty good. Would do it again.
And the problem, David, is I didn't have my wet tires. I only had my slicks, and I was smashing into tire barriers throughout the day.
I hate when that happens. Listen, I'm just a passenger, one of those suckers. Whenever I've been a part, I'm just a passenger. It's just like, you tell me what to do, and if it's sit here and do nothing and cross your fingers, I can do that as well. But we were asking when we signed on twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton, where you could see the show every morning. When we signed on a little bit before we came on the radio or the app or however it is you were taking us in, that, what was it that you watched during the last week or so? Because we're at that time of the year. There's no football, there's no basketball, there's no hockey. There is baseball. You and I are fans. Most people seemingly are not anymore, or are only fans of one particular team.
Well, can I just say something quickly about baseball?
Mm-hmm.
I'm following one team this year because my team stinks again.
Okay.
The Rays are mediocre at best, so they're a tough
Right.
watch. The Marlins are not an easy watch at all.
No,
But we made a bet at the beginning of the year.
we did.
An over-under bet on the Cincinnati Reds.
Yeah.
Well, I get up every morning, and the first score that I check is the Reds. And what did the Reds do earlier in the week? They go in and sweep the mighty, and I know the Yankees are playing terrible baseball right now, but they go in and sweep the Yankees.
Yes, they do.
And I'm like, hey, here we go, Cincinnati. Our over's starting to have a little juice to it. Let's go. They got Detroit. They can get a couple here, get this sucker moving along. Then they get swept by my Tigers.
Mm-hmm. Yep, they sure did. Hell of a 3-3 week.
Wow.
Yep, that's 3-3 the hard way right there. Yep. No, I hear you. There's a lot of that going on, especially in the National League, where it's almost, I think if you get to 500 in the National League, they tase you, is what I think is going on. Maybe I've watched too many police dramas during the week or so that we had off, but Mark, that's what it seems to me. The Mets got to 500, they got tased. The Diamondbacks now they got to 500 yesterday. I'm wondering if they now get tased. It just seems as if they're only allowing a certain number of teams to get above 500. They're tasing everyone else. You must all remain between 1 and 6 games below 500. That's where you're going to stay. Like the Cubs have the third worst record in the National League. And I think they're like 6 games below 500. There's like 8 teams seemingly within 5 games of one another, but they're all teams that we're not allowed to talk about by the Miller and Moulton rules of if you're below 500, you don't get mentioned.
Well, we can mention the Cubs, though, because their pitcher did break his hand upon leaving the game. That pretty much sums up the Cubs season in a nutshell.
Now, in fairness, though, he's right-handed and he broke his left hand. I mean, at least he didn't break his pitching hand, but apparently he's still going to miss the same amount of time.
Moron. That should
Yeah.
be an automatic you're cut from the team. I'm not kidding. That self-inflicted wounds that cause you to miss time, you should not be paid for those.
None of us would be, right?
Right.
So I'm with you. Unfortunately, they have a union and it's a really good one. So my guess is he just goes on that little IL thing and he gets paid.
So what did you watch more of during the week, David? And
Ooh.
did you watch more soccer or did you watch more tennis?
Soccer. I
watched
got to
a
be
lot of
honest.
women.
There's there's not a lot of the current crop that really interests me, to be honest with you. The Tiafo, and I always get his name. Is it Alcaraz?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I mispronounced that name more times than not, but he's got some flair, and Tiafoe's been close to the breakthrough win, and outside of one at the U.S. Open, hasn't really gotten it. He's one of those top 15 Americans who can't crack into the top 10, never mind the top 5. We've had 40 of these guys over the last 25 years who can get into the top 20 in the world, but can't challenge the big boys. And he had his shot. He's up 2-1, and he's going toe to toe with them in the 4th set. And you text me midway through the 4th set and said, he better get him in the 4th set tiebreaker, or this sucker is not going to end well for him.
And that's unfortunately exactly what happened. But it was a good match.
Yeah, no. They're both entertaining. They both have style. Okay, and Alcaraz looks to be, is he the heir apparent to the greatest, era of tennis that maybe has ever been played by Federer, Nadal, and Djokovic. Djokovic 37, and the other two one's retired and one will be at the end of the month. So, by the way, I think you just did our poll question. That's if we're still doing that, because basically,
let's do it. I mean, what else do we have? We got a couple weeks left. Let's do this sucker.
Well, and you just threw it out there flippantly as to, what did you watch more of, in and around the 4th of July? Baseball, soccer, tennis, Paula in our Twitch chat room apparently all in on the Tour de France. I thought once Lance Armstrong was found to be a fraud, I thought that race ended. But I guess they're still doing it.
No, every year, David. And people get excited about it still, apparently.
Yeah, by the way, and I'm not paying attention to it at all, but so let me get this straight. So a guy along the route, here's my understanding, Mark, of a race. You have a start and you have a finish. And as long as you don't leave the course, should it matter what you do along the way? I mean, if you're not cheating in any way, if you're not shortening the course, I mean, shouldn't you be able to stop off and get a Starbucks if you'd like and get back on the course? I mean, why does it matter? Okay, apparently there's a guy who along the way stopped to kiss his wife and hug his son, and he got fined for it. What?
Well, you never know with the French. If he would have stopped and hugged his mistress, it may have been okay.
I'm going to say it might be encouraged. I think they take 10 seconds off his time. I mean, what? All right. Paula trying to tell us it was a time trial. So what? It's his decision.
It's his time.
Yeah, right. But I don't want to bring this up when we only have a few moments left in this segment, because I've, as Mark mentioned, my wife had major surgery. She had her knee replaced. It's been very difficult. Thank you for all the thoughts and concerns and prayers and what have you. My wife has felt them. Thank you. But, obviously, I hardly left the condo in the last 9 days, to be honest. 15 minutes here, 20 minutes here. The daughter came over so I could go up to Publix on a run yesterday and be gone an hour, that sort of deal. But during that hour, I did a rant to myself, keep it all on the inside, about the soccer that I've been watching for the last week. Honestly. All right. I don't understand why everyone is okay with all of the diving and all of the acting. It's acting. It's fake. I don't understand why you're okay with it. And why do the announcers, you're lying to me. You're telling me, no, he was not hit. You just showed the replay in slow motion. He was not touched. Don't tell me I just saw something I didn't see. It's not there.
That's the part that I'm with you on, because I didn't watch as much as the Euros as I normally would because of the time it's on, but I was doing things with the family and vacation and all. but I watched a decent amount of Copa America. And there's two things that have bothered me. One is compared to a Premier League game, and I get it in international soccer, they play much more defensive. But that, what was it, the Uruguay
Brazil match?
Brazil
It
match.
was disgusting. It was absolutely disgusting. It was. That's not me saying it. That's people who covered soccer use that word. I mean, honestly, if you watch that match, you can't criticize USA Soccer if you watch that match. Honestly, that match was a joke. It was
Oh, no,
abysmal.
you can still criticize USA Soccer
okay.
if you watch that. No,
sorry.
because here's the thing. We're not playing.
No, we're not.
And you know who still is?
Oh, Canada. Our home and native soccer land.
Can't win a Stanley Cup, but can
we're
win
in
a
the
Copa
semis
America.
of Copa America.
Unbelievable.
So, hope we're in okay voice here. It's early in the show.
Well, you can go deep with that one. We're okay. I
Okay,
mean, and if
good.
we limit it to what we did, I think we can get away with it.
All right. That's not a, what's that? We can't play certain music. That's not a violation, is it?
I don't believe so.
We're not going to get fined for that. If that gets us taken off YouTube, that will really bother me.
I think we kept it within the time constraints as well, David. So I think we're fine.
All right, good. Miller and Moulton. Nice to be back in the saddle again. Hope you all have been well. I'll speak on behalf of Mark. We missed you a little bit. We did. We missed you a little bit. Now it's nice. I got the text line 21,000, Twitch chat room again. People haven't even missed a beat. Literally, they're starting their comments off as I was saying. ... So good. Miller and Moulton. We have a really nice show lined up for you. We'll tell you about it. Got a poll question. Starting 5's 25 minutes away. You know the drill. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hi, I'm Jason.
And I'm Todd with the Diamond District. I believe in complete transparency. If you're shopping for diamonds in Naples, you're paying too much. If you're shopping in the Cape or Fort Myers, you also won't see the selection you deserve to have. If you're online, there's no human connection, and you won't know if your diamond is beautiful or not until it shows up in the mail.
Just because it's GIA certified doesn't mean it's brilliant. There's so much more to a diamond than its cut, color, and clarity that makes it beautiful. Visit us at the Diamond District for a non-commissioned and educational presentation and quit paying more in Naples or buying blind from the internet. The Diamond District has the rarest diamonds from half carat to 10 carats. You won't find a bigger selection or better value.
And you won't find a better buying experience. Jason and I are in the store nearly every day, and we look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network. Oh, yeah, I got to clear the screen. I'll remember that next break.
Thank you, DC. Yeah, Rangers have always had the Rays number, right, Sonny? Yeah, I thought I heard Empire that he was with the Rays. The Lightning were like trying to get him to accept like 24 million. 20 to 24 million. And what they wanted to do is they wanted to stretch it out over like 8 years. They wanted to go like 8 for 24. So this way he plays however long he plays, and then they'll just eat the rest. Well, certainly, EB, that's what Stamkos's people, about 2 days before free agency began, they all but announced it was over. I mean, what did Stamkos say in the interview that he did? He said, that it seemed like at the end there was only one side trying to make a deal. So, October 28th, Monday, October 28th, Nashville at Tampa Bay. That will be a resounding. That'll be 5 minutes. No. Yandy did not make the All-Star team. Paredes did. Thought of Trent over the vacation because my wife was inspired by the Rocky movies, and every time I looked up, seemingly Rocky 2 or Rocky 4 was on. And so I told my wife the inside joke without telling her the inside joke. And every time Rocky 4 was on, I said, that's iconic. Yeah, Sonny, you know how it works, though, with the teams that only get the one All-Star. A lot of times they pick a guy if it's close because they need a position filled. Like, I need a third-string shortstop. I'll take the shortstop over this guy who might have been more deserving. Like Pete Alonso made it for the Mets. Lindor and Nemo.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Top of the morning to you. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. We'll catch up on everything you may have missed. The first week to 10 days of trading and free agency in both the NBA and the NHL. And we're bringing Tommy Smyth back, and we're going to say, okay, tell it to us straight, Tommy, as you always do. All right. What's the U.S. talent level? Number one, where are we really on the world stage? All right. Give it to us straight. And B, how much difference will an elite coach make? That's, of course, if they hire an elite coach. But we'll see. A couple of elite coaches, even though the job's not yet open, Mark, have subtly, not so subtly, basically said, hello, I'm available. I'm interested. Hello.
Supposed to be what, this week they're going to make a decision on.
Please. It just ended already. Come on. What's there to decipher? All right. You gave him an extension from how it ended 2 years ago. We any better off than we were 2 years ago? No. Come on. It didn't work. Next. Just please. Why are we wasting any time? We got an off day. Do it today. There's an off day in Copa America today. Okay. And then again, there's an off day on Thursday and Friday. So one of those 3 days. If you don't want to have the announcement override the actual soccer going on today, Thursday, or Friday, just make the damn announcement already. Come on.
What he said. I mean, this is pretty simple. And this, I'm not trying to be a U.S. men's national team expert, but the people that I know that follow it closely want him out.
There's nobody outside of the players. There's nobody that wants him back. Nobody.
And what are the players going to do? Revolt and not play?
Yeah. And at this point, fine. What have you done? Like, we can't get others to not make it out of group at Copa? Please. Sorry. Guys have lost. This is our greatest generation, by the way, of talent, supposedly. Man, this is what U.S. men's national team. They the Cowboys?
They'd have to. No, the Cowboys make the playoffs and lose every once in a while.
Gotcha. So, Dolphins?
Dolphins, Jags.
Ooh, ooh. Gotcha. You know what we need? U.S. men's national team is the Buccaneers before Brady. That's what they were. We need a Brady. Okay. And maybe the Brady's a coach. Not a player. Maybe the Brady for U.S. men's national team's the coach. We go hire one of those European, just geniuses, maestros, those that they build statues of, like, they put out in front of Bryant-Denny Stadium. You know what? That's not a bad idea. What's Nick doing?
He's a consultant for Alabama for the next several years at what, $500,000 a year to be consultant. He hired enough consultants.
Right. Vince Lombardi won a state championship as a basketball coach. I mean, come on. What's Nick doing? Okay. He can look in front of the team. He can talk with his hands, tell him about the process. We can get him a podium, put a Coke bottle on it. I mean, I say we hire Nick.
Can't go any worse, David. It really cannot.
It really cannot. And you know what? Still let him do game day. I mean, what the heck? I mean, the guys are gallivanting around the world playing, most of the time. He can still do game day.
I can't see Nick enjoying coaching a friendly, though.
Oh, it wouldn't be a friendly. And the other thing, what would happen? USA, we would change soccer. The diving would stop. The acting would stop. Okay. And Nick would call it out publicly, leading up to every match, after every match. You know what? I'm liking this idea more and more. We need to hire Nick.
He'd let the announcers know that they're doing it wrong because they're not fully explaining to the public what's happening out there.
Exactly. The production meetings the night before. Listen, guys, here's what I need. When it's a dive, you need to call it a dive. All right?
Maybe we're onto something here.
E.B. Hill in our Twitch chat room says Nick could be Ted Lasso. Maybe that's who we need. What's that actor's name? How about we hire him? Although, could we be any softer with these guys? I mean, I don't think we need a nice guy. No, I think we need somebody to walk in and go, hi, I know what winning looks like, and you guys ain't it.
That's really what's necessary. And I think that's why the team likes to keep the coach, because everything's all nice and happy. And even though things don't go well, there's no real accountability. They need someone that's going to make them accountable, David.
Listen, we don't know if Belichick's ever going to get another job. How about we hire Belichick? How about an old crusty baseball manager? Jim Leland's going in the Hall of Fame at the end of the month. Give Leland the job. Man, he'll be just smoking them bullets.
The Euros will love him.
They would. Absolutely. No, I don't think we're that far off base, to be honest with you. It's better than what we got now, honestly. In fact, I want us to hire a football coach. I want Saban to look right at some international member of the media and go, football, football. All right? Honestly. It's just a difference in vowels. No?
I like it, David. I do.
How about just for training camp?
Just one good practice with Nick.
How about a week of Saban and Belichick?
As Paul said, bring Dion in. Now, his track record on the field hasn't been that good, but I tell you what, he'd look at the players and he'd get new ones if they weren't, if their production was down, get rid of you too.
Yep, and the new primary sponsor of the U.S. men's national team is Louis Vuitton. But yeah, a little too much of the beautiful game for me over the last week.
Well, a little too much of not being beautiful either.
And it didn't matter. Didn't matter if it was the Euro or the Copa. It doesn't Copa. I mean, that's another thing. I found myself singing Manilow. Okay, it just during some of the Copa America play. Just
It's international soccer can be back and forth and very boring at times. They are so fearful of giving up the goal. It makes for sometimes bad soccer. There's no two ways about it.
And I know you and I make the soccer and hockey references all the time, and it's why soccer aggravates us. But it's like the hockey team in which they play for the shootout in the regular season. All these soccer teams are like, let's get the penalties. Why do you want to get the penalties? It's a total flip of the coin. It's a total crapshoot. One mistake, you're out. Well, why? I don't get it. I'm trying. I'm really trying.
I get it when you're the worst team. I get Canada trying to play for the
totally.
But when you got Uruguay and Brazil, two teams that can play,
right? Now,
playing the style in which they did, that was
right.
Uruguay went down a man, but that was pretty late. That was late into the match.
It was with about 20 minutes to go. Right. So, oh boy. Anyway, but little Wimbledon, little Tour de France, soccer. Oh, yes, and baseball. Do you know, Colin Cowherd sent out a post over the weekend in which he said, do you know there's like 12 guys in all the major leagues hitting over 300? And that right now the average batting average is in the 230s?
That's been complaining about forever, that's the problem. The ball's not in play, David. Then the strikeouts are up higher than they've ever been as well. You add that batting average into where the strikeouts are.
Well, it's a good thing we put the pitch clock in, because if we're going to see this much inactivity, we might as well have it be a shorter length of time. Otherwise, baseball starts looking like that Brazil-Uruguay match every damn night. The starting five is next. Thanks for being with us, Miller and Moulton.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
20 years ago, Jason and I had the idea for a jewelry store like no other, with a vast selection of certified diamonds priced 8 to 12% over cost. A team of individuals who are educated, driven, and believe in cultivating relationships.
Today, we have become one of the largest independent jewelry stores in the country. Todd and I love what we do and are in the store nearly every day, along with our GIA gemologists, master jewelers, custom designers, and non-commissioned diamond consultants, all of which we consider family.
As direct diamond importers, we travel the world, forging relationships and sourcing diamonds. What we love most about our business is that we can call Southwest Florida our home.
If selection, value, and comfort are important to you, give the Diamond District an opportunity. You won't find a better diamond buying experience. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
No, the Preds have a good team on paper. They do. Edmonton got better. I did see that, DC. For a rookie, right? Or am I getting him confused? Yeah, I got him confused. Sonny, every game they play is sold out. It just depends on the size of the venue. I think the only places she played where it hasn't been sold out was at home. And did you see the Vegas crowd a week ago? It's over 20,000.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Back in the saddle again after taking a week off. Thanks for being with us. Got a good show lined up for you. Keith Smith, talk a little association. Tommy Smith to talk a little U.S. men's soccer. What the heck do we do now? And just how good are we? I mean, just lay it on me straight. I kind of feel like U.S. men's national team was Notre Dame before, Brian Kelly, where, Notre Dame be preseason top 15, top 20 every year. And that was just to sell the magazines. Okay. But, then everybody be laughing and going, they ain't top 15. Are you kidding me? They might not even be top 40.
So you're saying between Holtz
and Kelly. Yeah.
Right.
I am. Right. At moments, Winningham started off 7-0, 9-0, something like that. I mean, they had moments there, but right.
When have we had moments in soccer, though? I think you're disparaging to Notre Dame by making that comparison.
You're probably right.
At best, we're, as a soccer nation, a good MAC team.
Oh, so we're Northern Illinois?
Yeah, every once in a while, we go to the Fiesta Bowl and get our handed to it.
Right. What was that team that went through the Orange Bowl and got whacked by Florida State? Right. I think that was Northern Illinois. Anyway, 20 minutes before the hour, time for
The Starting Five. 5 stories you need to know. It's the Starting Five on Miller and Moulton. Here's number 1.
She hasn't worked in a week. You think she could get her words out correctly?
Yeah. I mean, hoping that's just, the warm-up, first couple swings, stiff and all. But, man. All right, let's start with baseball. It's the week before the All-Star break and the All-Star game. And so the All-Star rosters are set. Now, they're going to change a lot. Not like the Pro Bowl rosters change, but they will change a lot. 32 players for each league, Mark. Yeah, there's 64 players in this game. Each team gets at least one. Do you know half of the All-Stars are first-timers?
With each team getting one, I can see that being the case.
32 of the 64 are first-time All-Stars. For the record, the Phillies have the most on the All-Star game with 7, Dodgers with 6, Padres and Guardians with 5 each, Yankees, Orioles, Braves with 3 each. Rays lone representative, third baseman Isaac Paredes. Marlins long representative reliever Tanner Scott. Among the Braves, 3 All-Stars, former FGCU standout Chris Sale making his 8th All-Star game. He made 7 in a row, but hasn't been in the All-Star game in at least 6 years. So the 2017 or 2018, last time he made the game. But congratulations. Leads the National League in wins with 11. Olivia's boyfriend there. I tell you what, he's good enough. He made some Major League history. Number 1 selection in the draft of June of 23. All-Star game next year. Got called up, by the way, second week of May. He's been in the majors 2 months.
Throwing gas every time he gets on the hill. He's had, at least 7 strikeouts in every appearance that he's had this year. It's heady stuff what he's doing.
He's undefeated. Yeah. Paul Skeens is his name. There are those that are saying, hey, it's an all-star game. Start him. Let's see him. I mean, for as great as the sales story is, he leads the National League in wins with 11, okay, and he's pitching great. And by merit, you could say he deserves it. He's been up the whole time, anyway. But it's an all-star game, right? It's an exhibition.
Not playing for home field advantage anymore, David.
No. So, throw the kid out there. Let him throw some gas. Let's see what Soto and Judge, and the Orioles guys can do against him, right? Anyway, as for the games, Rays have lost 3 in a row. They're 2 games below 500 after Texas beat them 13-2. Boy, if you paid to go watch the White Sox Marlins series, you either need like a plaque on the wall and a certificate, or maybe counseling, because they're 2 of the 3 worst teams in base. In fact, I think they are the 2 worst teams in Major League Baseball. They were when the game started, but since the Marlins won, I think the Marlins tied the Rockies, okay, for second worst record in baseball. Anyway, Marlins beat the White Sox 7-4. Marlins won 2 of 3 in that glorious series.
Happened to be listening to a little Sports Center update on my ride-in this morning, my brief ride-in, but they had interviewed a Marlin. He goes, well, that's Marlins baseball. That's Marlins baseball? You guys haven't played it very much this year then.
Braves
teams below 500.
Exactly.
What exactly is Marlins baseball?
Not very good. Hello. Marlins in 2024, U.S. men's national team in 2024. Which has been worse?
It's the Marlins, but the men's national team has been representative in this category, David.
Braves took 2 out of 3 from the Phillies. They won 6-0. They're 8 back. As Snitker pointed out Sunday night in prime time in an interview on Fox. Yeah, we were 10 back to the Mets 2 years ago. We're not really worried about it. Oh, okay. I, of course, as a Mets fan, was looking at him going, yeah, this is the Phillies, not the Mets, just so you know. A little different. St. Louis, the Cardinals are 5 games over 500. They were in last place like 6 weeks ago in that division. Their run differential's like minus 30, and yet they're the 5 seed in the National League. They beat the Nats 8-3. Mets got back to 500. Lindor with the big hit in the 9th. They scored 2 to beat the Pirates 3-2. Twins by the same score over the Astros. Minnesota 6-pack of Cleveland. The Guardians, best record in the American League. 5-4 over the Giants. Mark mentioned it earlier. Tigers swept the Reds. 5-1 the final. Both teams 42-48, and big disappointments so far this season, both in 4th place in their respective divisions. The Royals did beat the Rockies 10-1, but Kansas City's not in the playoffs right now because Boston's gotten hot, baby. And they just took 2 or 3 from the Yankees. Devers with 2 homers. Cutter Crawford, the former FGCU standout, 7 shutout innings. 7 innings, 68 pitches. They took him out of the game.
Of course they did, David, because he pitched 7 innings.
Well, he's going through that lineup the 3rd time. Yeah, guess what? They didn't get on base the 1st time, didn't get on base the 2nd time, not getting on base the 3rd time. Why are we taking him out again?
When every team wants to do what? Get to your bullpen.
Right. I mean, listen, when the other team is applauding, when you go to the mound for a pitching change, maybe you're making the wrong decision. 3-0 Red Sox over the Yankees, who have lost 15 of 20 and are now 3 back of the Orioles, 4 in the loss column. Baltimore doubled up Oakland 6-3. Cubs over the Angels 5-0. Chicago's won 3 of 4, but they're still in last place in the Central. Toronto beat Seattle for a second straight game, 5-4 in 10. Mariners lead over the Astros is down to 2. Arizona back to 500. They beat the Padres 9-1. They are 2 back of San Diego for the final playoff spot in the National League. Only 70 to go, Mark. That's all. We're just, if we have magic numbers for the football season, when it's going to start, how far are we from magic numbers in baseball? Just kidding. Milwaukee 9-2 over the Dodgers. Here's the good news for LA. Kershaw, through a simulated game, is going to start making minor league starts. Apparently no setbacks. They're thinking late July, early August. Clayton Kershaw will make his season debut. All right, Wimbledon. A week into the championships. Form is holding on the men's side. Chaos on the women's side. The 1, 2, 3, 5 seeds all out. 8 of the top 10 women's seeds out. And the second week begins today. By the way, top Americans left. Women's side, 11-seeded Danielle Collins and Emma Navarro, who took out Coco Gauff in straight sets.
Yeah, Coco Gauff was a mess.
Yeah.
She became unhinged in that.
I know.
She was her own worst enemy.
Men's side, 12-seed Tommy Paul, 13-seed Taylor Fritz, all still in action. Paul has to face Alcaraz, I believe, in the quarter. Soccer, Europe 2024, Europa, if you will. It's down to the semi. Spain against France tomorrow. Netherlands, England on Wednesday. Copa America semis tomorrow. Argentina, Canada. And Wednesday, Uruguay and Colombia. Hey, any chance to get to hear that anthem again, I'm all for it. If we can just send the Edmonton Oilers crowd, okay, to wherever the Argentina-Canada semi is, I think that'd be great. Golf, Davis Thompson shot 28 under to win the John Deere Classic by 4. Did you see Mark Hayden Springer's opening round?
I did. He fires a 59. I was laughing at that. How about you go out and you shoot 66, par 71 there, shoot a little 5 under and realize you're 7 back after day 1.
That's okay. He shoots 59-71. What did that 71 feel like? An 84? After you go 12 under on Thursday, you play even par on Friday?
Chip 2 in that 59.
The 14th sub 60 round in PGA Tour history. He ended up finishing T7. NASCAR, they raced on the streets of Chicago again. It rained. They had a curfew. Alex Bowman gets his first win of the year in the rain. They had to shorten the race because of darkness. By the way, Bowman, his first win in over 2 years, he said, we're going to drink so much whiskey tonight, I'm probably going to end up naked on the floor somewhere. That's a quote. We have to put Alex Bowman on a list of people that we want to party with.
Absolutely. It was weird. I watched that race. And they all, got to get to the slicks, got to get to the slick tires. Well, all the leaders went and got the slick tires, and really none of them ever made a mark. Bell was trying, but it was, and for a guy like Ross Chastain, who went in and put the slicks on, ended up finishing way down in the race.
22nd, I believe. He went backwards.
He was 6th or 7th when he pitted.
I know.
So, Bowman took the chance on the other tires and won. It's amazing Moore didn't take that chance.
Lewis Hamilton, by the way, first win in over 2 years, nearly 3 years. He won the British Grand Prix. He was in tears afterwards. First time he's ever cried. He won all those championships, over 100 races, never cried before. Hadn't won in nearly 3 years. He's a Brit. He wins the British Grand Prix, and he broke down, emotional.
They must not have the same problems with the flag touching the ground. Because he wins the race, he gets the flag, does the lap in the flag, then he comes into the room before they go on the podium. And they're all sitting there, the second and third place drivers, and he just tossed the flag in the corner on the floor. I was like, whoa.
You're right. It's a little different. Right.
Whoa. Mm-hmm. You don't do that. Flag doesn't touch the floor.
Well, they've been around a lot longer, I guess. They somewhere along the way, they relaxed it. Maybe it's a whole dispute with Ireland. I don't know. Anyway, hockey. So Steven Stamkos is no longer a Tampa Bay Lightning, if you haven't been paying attention. He ended up signing in Nashville. Half the league signed in Nashville. They're going to be really good this year. I mean, Jonathan Marchessault, Brady Scale there, or how are you going to pronounce his last name? Anyway, they look really good.
They won the first week of free agency. There's no doubt.
Edmonton probably finished second. They added to their team. Panthers kept Sam Reinhart, only cost them $69 million over 8 years, but they lost Brandon Montour and Tarasenko. NBA, the Magic, nice little signing. Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, 3 for $66 too. That's affordable by NBA standards. Sixers added Paul George. They also added Eric Gordon and Andre Drummond to the bench. The Knicks may not be the second best team in the East. It may be Philly. And if the big fella can ever stay healthy. Heat did sign Bam Adebayo to a 3-year, $166 million extension. That's 52 per. No, I'm sorry. That's 55 and change for Bam Adebayo. And that's what you may have missed over the last week. Plus, 7 minutes before the hour, that was
the Starting Five every weekday morning at this time on Miller and Moulton.
We'll talk some association with Keith Smith coming up in about 45 minutes. Tommy Smith in the 8 o'clock hour. Dave McCarthy to talk NHL in the 9 o'clock hour. Thanks for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
If you're in love and thinking about a diamond, you'll want to hear from my friends Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When purchasing a diamond, you deserve a relaxed, stress-free, and educational experience. You want to
Didn't he throw up after drinking the lemonade? So would the winner get 58? Was that it?
And what's his face in a separate thing on YouTube did 57 in 5 minutes.
By the way, apparently the woman who won ate like 51.
Yeah, she broke the 50 barrier.
Right. So that would be interesting. I don't think I'd get to 60. I do think I'd get to 40. I feel pretty confident about 40. That's funny, EBL. Exactly, Sonny. I would be going for the Wee Willie Keeler Pete Rose record of 44, but I can't get to DiMaggio's 56. Santiago and Molitor also got to that, didn't they?
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is hour 2 of Miller and Moulton. Thanks so much for being with us from Huntsville to Jacksonville, Lake City, Port Charlotte and Venice, Fort Myers, Naples. Thanks so much for being a part of Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. The magic numbers, by the way, Mark, 47, 54, and 59. Even the NFL season starts in less than 60 days. Hell, if you want to get crazy, for those of you who just need to see helmet and shoulder pads, let me do some quick math here. Magic numbers 24 to the Hall of Fame game between Houston and Chicago. It's damn near a matchup of the last two number 1 overall picks, except C.J. Stroud went second 2 years ago. Caleb Williams went first in this year's draft. Be interesting to see if either of them play. But so there you go. I mean, for those of you who just need to see helmets and shoulder pads, the magic number is actually 24. But 47, 54, 59. And Mark, while we were away, it became official. Texas and Oklahoma are members of the SEC. All those Pac-12 schools are in the Big 12, with the exception of USC, UCLA, Oregon, and Washington. They went Big 10 hunting. And there are so many teams in the Big 10 that I don't think they can all appear on your computer screen when you simply click standings. That's how many teams there are in the Big 10.
I think you're right on there. You know what's really depressing when the team you root for is picked to finish last in the Big 10?
And there are 138 teams
Right.
in that conference.
I mean,
correct.
It basically means you're the worst team in Division I football now.
So that is also something that very quietly went down while we were away. Official changing of the guard of many teams. And hey, football media days. What's it, next week in Dallas? And then the following week, Big 10 media days? I mean, sure, let's get the hype train going. There aren't enough people covering these sports. There's not enough meaningless talk. Let's do some more of it.
Well, we need it from location.
Right.
I mean, there's a certain point in time, David, when meaningless talk in the same location gets boring. We need to send it to an off-site location.
So let's go to Dallas. Let's go to, is it Indy or Chicago? Where are they going for the Big 10? I don't know. I probably should.
Probably Chicago, and will Caleb Williams sign his contract by then?
What's the holdup? Don't these things negotiate themselves?
That's what I thought. I mean, there's still a little bit with signing bonus, but it is appropriate that it's the Bears quarterback who is not. Yeah, but the two Bears players are the only players that haven't signed their rookie deals yet.
Right. I mean, please tell me that somebody's been out of town, and that's why, can't get final sign off because so-and-so's on vacation somewhere. Haven't you heard of email? There's got to be a fax machine that still works somewhere. All right, go down to the local bistro. They got a fax machine in the back. We can get
nothing really, nothing new on the Tua front while we were gone. Nothing really happened there.
No. And I think, there are a lot of players, and I believe contractually, Mark, don't they? Depending on the classification of player, I think they only have like another week and a half to get a deal done. But also there are a lot of players who are like, listen, man, literally once I put the helmet on, we're done. I've instructed my agent, get it done before I show up at camp. And the minute I show up, I am not dealing with this to the end of the year. See ya. Here's the other thing that happened while we were away. So apparently Dak Prescott's in Cabo with a walking boot. Dak got hurt somewhere, somehow. Listen, do you believe in off-season vibes at all? Or do you think it's just crap, it's noise, it's stuff for yahoos like us to talk about?
I want to say I believe in it, David, because we talk about it, and it's the crux of what you do from the end of the Super Bowl to the first game of the season is you talk about a lot of nonsense. But I don't believe in off-season hype. Like, I don't, Phillies, if Dallas is on the negative side, Philly's on the positive side.
Sure.
Saquon Barkley's there. We've got this going on, and the Eagles are back. Doesn't matter that they lost Kelsey. Doesn't matter that they lost the D lineman. Doesn't matter that they're a year older in a lot of spots. They're back, baby, because they got one player. So
pretty good player.
Yeah, he is.
Pretty good player. Gotta say that if healthy. ... But because let me tell you, if you believe in off-season, karma, momentum, a vibe. Because I will say, I don't believe in that stuff 90% of the time. Every now and then, like you and I trust certain people more than others in sports. Isn't that fair to say?
Absolutely, 100%.
And
in life.
Right. Like we're scheduled to have Adam Schefter on the show tomorrow. All right. And this may be one of the questions for Schefter. Like, if you ever around a team in July, August, in which you just kind of say, listen, we're on a lot of teams, but I got a feeling. Now, insert joke here. I know I got a feeling, which, it's a line from I got a feeling. It's kind of like I need more cowbell. I know, but every now and then, and Mark, I will say, I get it more with a baseball team than I do with any other teams. I think because they're together so long that I think you need a good vibe with a baseball team.
Okay. And I think you need it with all sports, David, but in football in particular, the vibe can be great all preseason long. You go get smacked in the mouth week 1.
No, I know.
And the vibe's gone.
No,
Conversely, you could have what Dallas is doing right now, where Dallas has been written off pretty much by everybody that covers football, and we haven't gotten to training camp yet.
Well, everybody's in the final year of their contract, seemingly. They're not renegotiating with anybody. The coach, the quarterback, the receiver, the star pass rusher, their best offensive lineman. They're just like, we'll just let it play out. Okay. Good luck.
But so the vibes aren't good because they're letting everybody play out contracts.
Yep.
They get off to a 3-0 start. How are the vibes?
Oh, same old Cowboys. How about them Cowboys? That's what the vibe will be, baby.
Jared will be doing his interviews, telling everybody this is exactly what we had planned. This is exactly how it was supposed to work out, and we'll take care of business in the offseason.
Guys, what I wanted to do this year was create some urgency. Sounded a little spurrier like there.
It was a little more spurrier.
Yeah, I got coming off of vacation. Some of the impressions are probably the biggest thing to kind of get back in a groove on, are the impressions. Although I felt as if I've had a good singing voice this morning.
No, your O Canada was top shelf, David.
Yeah, my O Canada a couple of times. I'm not going to go to the well a third time, but I think I went 2 for 2 with O Canada so far today. But anyway, maybe the next time they play, when do they play again? They play tomorrow. All right, so maybe we'll belt one out tomorrow, and if they win, we'll do it again on Wednesday. But so anyway, just 47, 54, 59, 24 if you're just looking for anybody in helmet and shoulder pads. Don't care. Whole bunch of guys going to get cut. Don't care. Just need to see them play. Okay, 24 days away. Camps start next week. Rookies are showing up next week, Seriously, middle of next week, the rookies show up. Just about everybody's showing up. I think the magic day is the 23rd. Everybody's in camp by the July 23rd. That's 2 weeks tomorrow.
Well, they all want to get there prior to the Olympics, David.
Apparently, along those lines, for those of you that are into the new, I think it's Netflix again, they've got a behind-the-scenes thing they did with USA Track and Field. Those that have seen it have said it's amazing. Might be the best one Netflix has done. Even better than the F1 one. They said that it's amazing. So if you need a little Olympic fever, hype, and what have you between now and 2 weeks Friday?
Yes.
It starts on NBC.
Wife's running around during the whole vacation. Do you have the fever? My mom goes, no, I feel fine. I'm not sick at all. No, she says Olympic fever. My mother looked at my wife like she had 3 heads. I don't know what you're talking about.
Looked at you and said, does she get this? And you go, oh, yeah.
Every 4 years.
Does she get it?
2.
Does she get it for the Winter Olympics too?
Not the same that she does for the summer. She likes the figure skating, but she loves the gymnastics. She loves the swimming. She gets into the track and field. So she's all in for the summer games. All in.
Apparently a Ukrainian woman set the high jump record yesterday. All right. Closing in on 7 feet. All right. Wow. So, yeah. So there's good stuff out there. If you're, if something other than helmets and shoulder pads can, do it for you. And final week before the All-Star break in baseball this week.
And like most of you, you have, if you're getting your television via cable, you're not watching any baseball.
No, you're not.
If you're
No, you're
getting
not.
your cable via streaming, well, unless you're paying extra, you're not getting any baseball.
That's
And
why we give
baseball
you.
doesn't seem to care.
Well, I don't think there's anything baseball can do about it. That's although while we were gone, I think it was while we were gone, the Florida Panthers made an interesting announcement. They went away from the Bally's regional cable channel. They made a deal in Miami and then in West Palm Beach. They put themselves on commercial TV. And I think they're trying to do it in Southwest Florida also. We've been saying for months that, hey, this is going to affect next year's hockey and basketball seasons. This whole, it's affecting the baseball now, not being able to see Braves, Marlins, Rays, etc. But some hockey and basketball teams are getting ahead of the curve. Keith Smith to talk a little association in 25 minutes here on Miller and Moulton.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When choosing something of high value and personal significance, such as a diamond, you want to shop with the best. And the mall is not the place to be. Here are my friends, Jason and Todd.
So my sleep for a week has been awful. An hour here, 2 hours here. I think the longest stretch I had a 4-hour stretch. Because obviously, and my wife's sleep has been far worse than that. But last night, like, we got to the point where she had a restful night, and I slept 7 hours. And instead of feeling amazing, I'm like feeling lethargic.
I couldn't fall asleep, then the dog decided to come in and wake me up at 1:30 after I did fall asleep.
Oh, that's nice.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't lock the door or close the door?
No.
Okay. Is that because the dog comes in and out?
No, cat.
Oh, like damn cats. Do the cats jump in the bed?
Yeah, the one jumps next to her. Doesn't come anywhere near me.
Oh,
Scared
sure.
to death of the sleep machine.
Which is interesting because the machine doesn't make any noise. If you got it hooked up, it should be quiet. It's if you take it off and it's still on, it's making a sound. No, Irish football, I have a sleep machine too, but caretaking for the wife, she wasn't getting any rest after her surgery, so I couldn't get any rest. But yeah, I slept 7 hours last night, and it's weird. I thought I'd be like just springing out of bed. And I went to bed right after they called the race.
Yeah, me too.
And also, by then they took Crawford out. I mean, after all, they'd only thrown 7 shutout innings on 68 pitches. Listen, Bill James came out last week and said that basically the nerds have ruined baseball. The nerds have his poster on the wall, and he came out and said, "You guys have ruined baseball." No, I don't. Kind of relief. Because they've got it in their heads. They don't want guys to face a lineup a third time through. And plus, the older you are, the more expensive you are usually. So, no. I would. The pitchers are all going to get.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Keith Smith, talk a little association coming up. Tommy Smith, talk a very frank discussion we're going to have with Tommy. Quite frankly, where are we? Where should we be ranked from a talent standpoint, U.S. men's national team? And then how much difference does a coach make? Because obviously we're going to get a new one and we need one. But how much difference? And I want to know honest assessment where we are from a talent standpoint. No more BS, no more hype. I want to know. Tommy Smith, top of the hour, is going to let us know. Dave McCarthy will recap the first week plus of NHL trades, free agency, what have you. He's coming up at the top of the Diamond District bonus hour at 9 a.m. in the East, 8 o'clock in Huntsville. Hey, can I fire some questions at you?
Okay.
So we were talking last segment, a little bit of football, and we mentioned, college teams that have relocated, if you will. So there's different classifications of schools in college football. We all know who they are. So let me ask you this. Like, is it just understood if you're a Bama, Georgia, Ohio State fan that you expect to make the playoff 10 out of 10 years?
I think that is exactly how those fan bases feel.
Okay. Any other fan bases that should feel that way? Not do feel that way, but should feel that way. Like, do you put LSU in the 10 out of 10 category? Do you put Clemson in the 10 out of 10 category? Michigan.
No, I know what you're getting at.
Or
I think Michigan's fan base should feel that they're there.
So if you're a Michigan fan, if you have a season where you don't make the playoff, you basically are walking around going, what the? And you think that's fair?
Fair? Well, I don't know if it's fair, but it's really close to fair, David. I think, we're 12 teams going into 14 teams. This is not what it used to be.
Right. And you're assuming if you're a Big Ten SEC fan, your conference is going to get minimum 4, and quite possibly when they go to 14, you could easily get 5. So that's Texas. If you're a Texas fan, how many out of 10 should you make?
9.
Okay. Oklahoma.
Same answer.
Okay. LSU.
9.
All right. So you got
I don't know if it's realistic, David, but that's what I out of 10 years, if I'm an LSU fan, I expect maybe one bad year in there.
Florida State.
Now it's a little more difficult because
that you're quote unquote back, though.
But you are in the ACC where you're not guaranteed multiple teams.
Not guaranteed, but in theory, if you have your act together, you're playing for the conference title every year. So you're right there. Out of 10, Florida State fans should expect how many playoff appearances over the next 10 years?
8.
Okay. Penn State. You know what I'm getting at? I see you start working your way down. Clemson.
Well, you didn't even mention Oregon, who I think is as close to anybody else from a roster standpoint to be in a top, they're a top 5 roster this year, and they expect to be every year.
All right. And goodness knows they have the money to. Yes. Mm-hmm. Here's the thing, though. Oregon doesn't win the big game. Oregon get to the big game. Oregon's real good. You know what? You know who Oregon is, Mark? Oregon is U.S. men's tennis. All right. They can get top 15. Okay. They're like Taylor Fritz. He every now and then creeps into the top 10. Stay in the top 10? No. Talented,
all
though.
Right. How many out of the next 10 should Oregon make?
If you're asking an Oregon fan?
No, I'm asking you.
They should make 6. Maybe 7.
And I was thinking 7. But it's July. Glass is half full right now for everybody.
Okay. Let me go the other end of the spectrum. Gators. Tennessee. Let's get realistic here. Now, I know you talk to a fan. It's not necessarily realistic. I'm asking you. And we all know, and you're starting now, and not everybody's starting from the same point. See, Tennessee thinks they're back. The foundation's been laid. They're going to be a perennial top 10, top 15 team. They're knocking on the door every year for the playoff. So if that's the case, then out of 10, how many times should Tennessee make the playoffs in the next 10 years?
4 or 5.
And I think a Tennessee fan expects the number to be 7.
I don't think that's realistic.
Okay. Gators.
4.
From where you're starting.
I know.
That's
but
tough.
I also look at it as like this, David. Bud Elliott does that blue chip ratio. They're one of the 16 teams that have reached that ratio of blue chip players. The foundation by what they're being told, not just by their own people, but by outside recruiting experts, is that they're getting the talent there, David.
Like I know Auburn fan thinks they should make it 7 or 8 out of 10. But what do you think's a realistic number for Auburn?
4.
A&M, who also thinks they should make it 7 or 8 out of 10.
By talent, they're not that far off.
Yeah, I think that blue chip ratio, I think they're one of the top 5 most talented rosters in the country.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to the totally other end of the spectrum, though. Your alma mater, Michigan State.
Man,
Right.
1 would be cool.
Well, but is that realistic? Like Iowa, Wisconsin.
Read an article that said it kind of took the whole conference realignment and just said who benefits the most from it. It had Iowa benefiting the least. One of the least the least benefactors of the whole changing landscape of college football, they felt was Iowa. 1, that the Big Ten added a lot more quality teams, and 2, taking the divisions away kills Iowa.
Well, and Wisconsin's another one that was on that side. Nebraska. Now, see, I believe in their coach. I think you can make the argument that Baylor won the Big 12 or with his roster. I mean, Dave Aranda won the Big 12 with Matt Rule's roster. I think that's been proven. Look at what Dave Aranda's done in the 2 years since. I mean, I think Matt Rule will get talent to Nebraska. I do. If you're a Nebraska fan, in the next 10 years, realistically, how many times should you make the 12 and 14 team playoff?
2. If you're right, 2. If you're wrong, it's 0.
Sonny in our Twitch chat room brought up an interesting team. UCF. Win the Big 12, you're in.
Right. But
very unlikely.
They've got to learn how to win in the Big 12.
Well, they've only been in it an hour.
I got you.
Mm-hmm.
But the only teams they beat were teams that entered the Big 12 with them.
So UCF going forward, and we all know, we all know what they have going for them, and we all know the conference that they're in. How many times, if you're a UCF fan, and you have to figure you got to win the Big 12 to get into the playoff, can't count on it that large. How many times do you think in the next 10 years that you should win the Big 12?
If I put the under at 1.5, where would you go?
I would go over. The number I have in my head is 2 for UCF.
And the number I have is 1.
Okay. But, I mean, that's what's beginning this year. Also, the whole expectation game, and, we got our tiers, but we're going from 4 to 12. By the way, do you know Penn State didn't make the playoff in 4? USC did not make the playoff in the last 10 years when we had 4. There's a lot of prominent programs here who haven't had success in a while. Keith Smith, little association talk next.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a
I think Notre Dame believes they should be in the playoff. 8 out of 10. What CU thinks and what's realistic?
Notre Dame should make it a minimum of 4. CU would be lucky to make it once. Let's get to a bowl first, Irish football, before we start. It's a great question, Bob. It's a great question. I'd like to say yes, Bob. We are talking about it, but there are outside elements.
We'll know in 2 weeks. There's a lot of teams, Irish football, that it applies to. First, they got to get back to being a consistent bowl team and a good bowl team. I have a feeling with these big conferences going away from divisions that the unbalanced scheduling.
It's everything.
So, got Keith coming up.
Oh, crap.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Tommy Smyth will join us at the top of the hour. We're going to get real honest about the U.S. men's national soccer team. Real honest with Tommy Smyth. Top of the hour. Dave McCarthy, top of the 9 o'clock Eastern hour, to talk about the first week of NHL free agency. But first, our NBA guy, Keith Smith. He covers the league for Spot Rack, and he's a part of the NBA's front office show on YouTube. You can follow Keith on X at Keith Smith NBA. Keith Smith NBA. Keith, it's David and Mark. Hope you and your family had a good 4th of July holiday. How are you?
I'm doing well, and it was good. It was fairly relaxing, which is all you can ask for.
Yeah, especially first week of free agency. Okay, we were off last week, so we're treating this as kind of like, okay, what we miss? How did the first week of free agency go? Who's waking up this morning going, man, last week did not go well for us?
I'm sorry, was that went well or did not go well?
Did not go well.
Did not go well. Okay. I think there's a little bit of that thought for the LA Clippers. I think they did a nice job rebounding from losing Paul George. But you lose the best player who changed teams so far, and that's tough, especially with everything they went through to get Paul George and all of that. Like, that's just put them in a tough position, and they're going to have to figure it out. And then after that, I think maybe the Chicago Bulls, like, you watch DeMar DeRozan walk away for a very minimal return. I guess you could have lost him for nothing, but that's pretty rough. You still have Zach LaVine, you still have Nikola Vucevic, and now they're kind of caught in between this. Are we rebuilding or are we like going for it? Because the roster just doesn't make a lot of sense.
We'll talk about DeRozan from the Kings standpoint. DeRozan's not a big three-point shooter, gets most of his stuff mid-range, but the Kings are so bad defensively, DeRozan should help him there. What do you think about this acquisition for Sacramento?
Yeah, it's an interesting one because DeRozan is somewhat of an upgrade defensive, but Harrison Barnes was still holding his own there. But I think the Kings have looked at it and said, hey, with Domantas Sabonis as our anchor on the back line, we're never going to be more than an average defensive team. But what we can be with the right guys is a killer offensive team. And I think that's what they're looking to do. I think they're going to go out there and try to outscore people. People love to talk about DeMar DeRozan's age, but sometimes I wonder, do they look at the columns past his age when they pull up his profile, because he's still playing at a high level. I think he really improves their passing. I think he is going to be give them another really good clutch scorer, which De'Aaron Fox has been one of the best of in the NBA. They re-signed Malik Monk. So that team's going to put up points. And what's kind of fun is when you look at it, there's lineups where Keegan Murray is going to be their fifth option. And if he's your fifth option offensively, you're probably a pretty great offensive team. So it'll be a fun team to watch there in Sacramento. I don't know if they're a title contender, but playoff contender, yeah, absolutely.
So the Magic miss out on Klay Thompson, but they get Kentavious Caldwell-Pope and a very affordable, by modern, definition, signing. 3 years, $22 million per. Is he a good enough of a wing to take them to the next level?
I think he is. I think in a lot of ways he's a better fit for them than Klay Thompson would have been. With Klay, you were going to probably sacrifice some defensively. Klay's been an incredible defender throughout his career, but in recent years, his defense has really slipped. And Caldwell-Pope comes in. He's not the elite defender that he once was, but he's still, one of in the top, 10 of guard defenders in the league. And if you put him with Jalen Suggs, and that's going to be really rough on opposing backcourt. So they're going to really get it done. And Caldwell-Pope shores up some of the shooting weakness that they had, especially in that starting group there. In a lot of ways, the easiest way to think about this is Kentavious Caldwell-Pope is the replacement for Markelle Fultz, and he's just a better player than Fultz is all around. I love Fultz and everything he's done to get his career on track and all of that, but Caldwell-Pope's simply a major upgrade for the Magic. And like you said, they did it in such a cost-efficient way that they were able to then re-sign a bunch of their other guys. They got Jonathan Isaac renegotiated and extended. It was a really productive offseason for Orlando.
Who's the second best team in the East right now?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's probably someone out of the Knicks, Sixers, Bucks grouping. You can talk yourself into still believing in the Bucks. They had a couple underrated pickups in DeLon Wright and Taurean Prince that'll help their bench. They needed a real backup point guard in the worst way, and then Taurean Prince just gives them a forward who can shoot it. So that's pretty good stuff for the Bucks, who are working really with very minimal resources to add outside talent. And then the Knicks with the Mikal Bridges trade. The Knicks feel like they're an unfinished roster because now they've got a lot of guys that play somewhere between the 2 and the 4, and they're going to be able to mix and match, and that sounds good until somebody's standing there, because Tibbs plays all the starters 40 minutes a night. Somebody's standing there saying, I'm playing, 10 minutes a game. Like, what's going on here? And we'll see what they do at the center spot, because right now it's Mitchell Robinson only, and he tends to get hurt. And then Philly getting Paul George, huge. Re-signed, obviously, Tyrese Maxey. I thought they did a nice job filling out the roster around George, Maxey, and then, of course, still having Joel Embiid. They've added some nice depth pieces, including Caleb Martin and a couple of other guys there. So we'll see. The big question for them is, are George and Embiid both going to be healthy? And more importantly, are they going to be healthy come April and May? Because that's all that really matters for Philly.
Is the bloom off the rose in Miami? Because Jimmy Butler is breaking down. He's aging. And, think about who we were mentioning in the conversation that Miami was going to get 2 years ago and then last offseason. And now look at where the roster is. Is the bloom off the rose in Miami?
Yeah, I think there's the Heat mistake, if you will, in recent years has been locking in for their own guys a little bit too much, because they have given big money to Bam Adebayo. That one's fine. Nobody has any issue with that. But then they paid Tyler Hero quite a bit. The Duncan Robinson contract a few years ago. It clearly ended up being an overpay. And what that's kind of done is left them in a spot where not a lot of flexibility to do a whole lot. Trade packages have not been what they hoped they were. And part of that was because they had sent first round picks out in other deals. So they're just kind of in a spot now where they're stuck, and there's not an easy way to remake this roster and get out of it, because even if, the Jimmy Butler stuff turned out to be true, that there was trades considered and all these other things, which who knows, where that actually was at, that he's not necessarily an easy to move guy, because there's not a lot of teams that can bring in a $50 million salary and just kind of keep things moving. So that's where it's all just kind of up in the air, and it got a little bit stuck for Miami. And right now they're having to work out from underneath that a little bit.
So do you believe LeBron when he says that, we've done it before, we can do it again? Is this team a championship team? I don't think so. Do you?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I respect him for saying it, because what else is he going to say? He's not going to get up there and be like, well, we stink, and I'm headed off to the Olympics and see what happens in the fall. So, I guess, but yeah, it's that team. They have lost Spencer Dinwiddie and Taurean Prince, and they replaced them with two rookies, Dalton Connect and Bronny James. That's it. That's all the Lakers have done this entire summer. Everybody else is doing all this stuff and everything. They're the only team that hasn't added a player via trade or free agency yet this offseason. So that is kind of gives you a sense of like, yeah, all right, we're kind of here. And it's funny because Lakers and Heat are the two destinations whenever there is a star player available. Just put them in the list of teams, because that's just how it works. We all know, like, Miami has become LA East. Like, everybody wants to play there. Everybody kind of likes the city and those kind of things. And it's the same story, for the Lakers, and probably always will be. But the problem is the ability to actually go get that done. That's what's lessened. And the Lakers are in a lot of the same spot as the Heat are, where it's a good team. It's a team that can compete and get into the playoffs. But going beyond that, no, not as currently constructed.
Do you think that what happened at the 2008 Olympics, where Wade essentially started recruiting, Bosh and LeBron, do you think that that's going to take place in the next 2, 3, and 4 weeks? And do you expect it, if so, to lead to trade demands coming out of the Olympics? Or do you think that that's stuff that will take another year or two to percolate, but you're going to be writing stories in 26 and 27 going, this all started in Paris in August of 24?
Yeah, I think it's going to be the latter. I don't think it'll be we all, get back to the United States in the middle of August, and all of a sudden, these superstars are saying, get me out of here, I want to move. I don't think that'll be the case, but I do think all of the groundwork will be set for some team ups and those kind of things. Now, under the new CBA, it's harder to do those things. It's very hard to build a team of guys who are making max salaries, so meaning 40, 50, even more money, per team, just because you're going to get yourself in a spot where are you going to be able to build a good enough team around those guys? But I do think we'll see some of that. We'll hear some of, they hung out a lot together. And those, when we start getting those stories here in the next couple of weeks of player X and player Y, have been inseparable at the Olympics, that always is something I kind of just file it away and say, all right, let's keep an eye on that as things go forward here. And one other thing, too, with the Olympics, it's almost always a little bit of a breeding ground, because what happens is Team USA, they're the most famous people generally at the Olympics. And what happens is they get kind of sequestered away from everybody else, because they can't have everybody all over them all the time. And people don't realize, I don't think, that the group stage is not in Paris itself. It's actually a little further outside of Paris where it's being played. So Team USA is really going to be a spot where it's going to be them kind of hanging out with each other for, weeks on end here. And that's going to definitely lead to, I think, some guys saying, all right, hey, we should try to play together. We're really enjoying this. Let's try to do it in the NBA at some point. That's how this cycle has gone for years and years now.
Keith, thanks for catching up with us. Appreciate it. All the best to you and your family. Continue to enjoy July, and we'll catch up before training camp.
I appreciate it. I'll be listening, because I want to hear an honest assessment of the U.S. men's soccer team, too. I'm pretty upset.
Yeah, we're with you. We are with you. Thanks, Keith.
Thank you.
Keith Smyth, NBA, is how you follow him on X, and you can see his work on YouTube and the NBA Front Office Show, and you can read it on Spot Rack as well.
Another one that wants an honest assessment of the U.S. men's soccer team.
That's right. Tommy Smith to give it to us about 10 minutes time. But just wanted to catch up there. It was a week, some trades and some signings, which technically became sign and trades. Like technically DeRozan ends up getting traded to Sacramento, but they basically negotiated the deal with DeRozan first and then picked up the phone and called the Bulls and said, okay, we're going to sign him. Do you want to work something out or do you just want us to sign him? So had a few of those things go.
Well, and that's the Klay Thompson one. What was it like? It ended up being a 16 trade for him.
Right.
To go to the Mavs.
Right. I will say Dallas has had a really good offseason. They added Klay. They have him penciled in as a starter. Remember, Dallas lacked 3-point shooting. And they also had
3-point shooting. They had no 3-point shooting, David. They didn't lack it. They were disgusting at it.
Well, I think technically what I said was right. I undersold it, but I think technically I was right. They lacked 3-point shooting, was not inaccurate. It was just a gross understatement.
Fair enough.
But they also added a couple of very nice bench pieces. If you look at Dallas's top 10 on their roster, might be the best roster in the West, to be honest with you, just top 10 anyway. So we'll see. But just want to catch you up on the association. And I think the Heat are in trouble. The Lakers and the Heat both were trying to do a lot of things and got nothing accomplished.
And the points you make about Jimmy Butler, hey, he could come back and be healthy all year long, but right now there's nothing for us to believe that that's going to be the case. When's the last time he's had a healthy season?
Well, and he's not trying to. I mean, and we love Jimmy Butler. Love him. Okay, but Jimmy Butler's a 57 to 65 game regular season guy. Has been for a while now. Jimmy's value is the spring. Jimmy's a great playoff player. But now he's mid-30s. He's not what he was. And that's even when he's healthy. So, the Heat seems stuck to me.
I could see them moving Jimmy Butler during the year.
Well, I think now they want to, but I think the rest of the league's going, do you know how much he makes? And you guys always ask for a lot.
Well, then there's that. Pat doesn't believe in win-win when it comes to trade. He believes in win-lose. And sometimes those are difficult guys to make deals with, particularly when they've won so many off-season deals and in-season deals for that matter.
I wonder if the Heat are regretting not paying the price for Lillard. You look back a year later, and maybe they should have gone all in. Miller and Moulton. Tommy Smyth, an honest assessment of where U.S. men's soccer is and how much of a difference can a coach really make.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful
Oh, DC, Sparty's supposed to finish last in the Big Ten. I have no expectations for them. I want to see if this quarterback can play at all and see what they'll be like next year.
By the way, that whole conference is a conference made up of we don't know what we have at quarterback. If you do, you start going by team. Because think about it. You had the four quarterbacks who got drafted high in the first round all came from Big Ten schools.
Phil Steele, to emphasize your point, David, the preseason Big Ten teams is Dylan Gabriel from Oregon, Drew Aller from Penn State, Will Howard from Ohio State, and Miller Moss from USC. Those are his projected top 4 quarterbacks.
3 of the 4 are first year at their new school. Now, Gabriel's the most talented, but Aller disappointed me last year. I got to find out how much of it was him and how much of it was the coordinator. Tell you what, big expectations for Dylan Gabriel. Big expectations. Did you see that text I sent you?
Yes, I'll use it. Did he send that to you?
Mm-hmm.
Outstanding. What a pro.
And he retweeted our tweet 2 hours ago. Oh. Just get you in the damn playoff, Irish football. Seriously. Because for everybody's in the Heisman talk. But get it done.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
We are halfway home on this Monday. First show back from our 4th of July week off. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. We'll check in with Dave McCarthy as to what's gone on in the first week of NHL trades and free agency of the offseason. But Tommy Smyth, we welcome back. That's Smyth with a Y. Follow him on X, Tommy Smyth, ESPN. You can see and hear him on ESPN, also on SiriusXM FC 157. Tommy, it's David and Mark once again. Hope you had a good week. How are you?
Pretty warm, but, you know, for our conditions up here, it's very hot. But everything's good.
All right. I would like you to treat us as if we are the U.S. men's national team and you are the paid consultant. How talented are we compared to the rest of the world? Are we a top 10, 15, 20, 25. Be honest with us, Tommy. How talented are we?
Yeah, probably. I'd be honest. I'd probably say you might sneak into the top 20. I mean, they're just not good enough the way they are now. I mean, obviously, the first big problem to have now is what do you do about the manager? I mean, does Berhalter keep his job? As I told you before, they fired him after the World Cup. They waited 6 months to hire him again, and now he doesn't get them into the next round of, Copa America. So that's the first big thing they got to figure out, guys.
All right. How much difference would a new manager make? Help us out as to, we still have to have the talent, but what difference would a manager make right from the get-go?
Well, I'll tell you the difference it'll make. It'll get the team together. Obviously, a new manager is going to have to bring in a couple of new players because the amount of players that the US have right now on their rosters are just not good enough to compete at the top level. Sure, they can win games in CONCACAF, which is the region they play in America. But when you go into like South America or you go in against European elite teams, you're just not going to beat them. They're just not good enough. So the first thing a manager has to do is figure out there's one big problem the US has, and that is they don't have a number 9. They don't have a man who can put the ball in the back of the old onion bag, as I would say. I mean, Balogun looks like he might be, but he's still not good enough. So you've got all kinds of problems. You've got Tim Reams, who I think by the time the World Cup comes will be 34, playing as a central defender. Okay, he's playing in England and he's playing with Fulham, playing very well. But 2 more years on top of the age he has now, it just doesn't bode very well. And the big problem, guys, that they have is this: the US, Canada, and Mexico are going to be the hosts for the World Cup. That's in 2 years. Now, the whole world will be looking at you. You want to make a good showing. Now, the US have another problem here is that they have already qualified for the World Cup finals, because when you are hosting the World Cup qualifiers, you don't have to play games to qualify like all the other teams in the rest of the world. So you don't have that great, don't have that great practice time together. You don't have the time together blending together. You have to go out there and you have to play. And the US, the last thing they want to do is really be laughed at in this World Cup.
Tommy, I think the assumption is they're going to move on from Berhalter, because otherwise it just would seemingly make no sense. You've been status quo for 2+ years now. Why would you remain that way? But like the Liverpool legendary coach, sent out a tweet kind of, implying, hey, I'd be interested. How much of a difference would he make even if you didn't change the ingredients to the recipe?
Yeah, he would make a huge difference. I mean, he did a fantastic job with Liverpool. I mean, Klopp, and I'm not sure why he quit. Maybe it just got too much for him. But definitely, he will bring a lot to the team. I mean, it's a case of nowadays that managers do make an awful difference when you put them together with a team, and you get the team to blend with them, and you get the team to play the kind of football that he likes. And he is a very, very good manager. I think he was only kidding. I just can't see him quitting Liverpool to take the job as the US manager. No disrespect to anybody.
Would a tougher, you mentioned that we've already qualified for the World Cup, so there's no urgency to play these big games. Do you have to have a tougher group of friendlies? Do you have to be taking on all the European nations and the South American nations and not worry about playing Mexico 47 times? Is there any mythology to trying to the strength of schedule heading into the World Cup?
Oh, there's no question. I mean, that's the key. I mean, there's no point in playing Mexico. You know what you can do against Mexico. You need to be playing Switzerland. You need to be playing Germany. You need to be playing Holland. You need to be playing maybe even England, as bad as they are, but they're going to go into the Euro final maybe. So definitely, there's no question that you have to be at the top level for the next 2 years. No use playing. When I see a friendly that the US are going to play, I say in my own head, oh well, they'll win that 3-0, they'll lose that. You have to be looking at these games and saying, hey, those are the games that they can lose, so that you can push themselves, so as that they can make up what they're lacking, and that is becoming a really good team. The better players you play against, the better player you are going to be. So it's key that the US gets all these elite teams from Europe, South America, wherever.
Tommy, is soccer going through something right now? It just, I like Brazil looked, England looks, bleh. France can't beat anyone in regulation. It just, is soccer going through a phase right now? What's going on?
Yeah, well, what happened is, an awful lot of the teams that people never considered before, like Switzerland and Georgia and teams like that when you go to Europe, they have become better. The players have become better at club level on these continental teams, shall we say. And that makes the international team, a better team. But you look at Italy. Italy didn't do too well in the Cup and either in the Euros. I mean, France hasn't scored a goal yet from play, but yet now they're in the semi-final. So there is a little bit of a thing going on. I mean, soccer has changed so much now. It's become so tactical, and it's become a case of, you need the tactics, and that's where the manager comes in. There's squads now on European teams where you have 20, 25 people who are the backroom staff. Where in the old days you had 2 or 3 guys. You had the manager, you had the assistant manager, and you had a coach. That doesn't work anymore because soccer has become so technical now. And it's a case of, everybody's waiting on you to make a mistake. And because the stakes are so high nowadays, teams go out now to play not to lose. They're not necessarily saying, yeah, we want to win, but they're wanting to make sure we don't want to lose. That's the key thing.
That's the opposite of how the U.S. played in this Copa America, right? I mean, they played to win. They were down to 10 men. They played to win. It seems that most every nation's trying to play a defensive style, not to lose. We were playing to win, weren't we?
Yeah, definitely. And could have won if things had gone a little bit better for them. But could have, should have, would have, doesn't mean anything. You got to do it. There's no point in talking about it. There's no point in talking about it after and saying, we could have done this. They got a goal up after going a man down, which is a terrible situation in a soccer game, as most of you know. If you go down to 10 men, and they went down a man, but they got a goal. They were on front 1-0. You should be fit to bunker down. You should be fit to put everybody in and say, hey, for the next 75 minutes, we're going to hold that 1-0 lead, and we're going to get out of here with at least a draw. Even if they do score one, we'll get a draw out of it. But they didn't do that. In a lot of senses, the way they played, they were kind of naive. They still went after it. Even though they were 1-0 up, they were still looking to get more, which you don't need. You've already won the game. Just close it down.
Tommy, does the rest of the world not say it publicly, but do they just kind of laugh at U.S. soccer and off the record go, we'll take their money, but man, they don't bring anything to the table?
Oh no, that was years ago. That doesn't happen now because the US are still capable, even on a day where you think there's nothing coming from them. They're still capable of playing a good game. They're still capable of playing a game that you don't want to meet them. I mean, when you look at the guys now, like you look at Pulisic, you look at McKinney, you look at all these guys, they're playing with AC Milan, they're playing with Juventus, they're playing with some of the top clubs in England. That used not to be the way. I mean, it used to be the way that the US team was basically a US based team, but now they're all over the world, and they have a lot of good individual talent. In many cases now, it's just a case of putting the team together. I mean, even in the last World Cup, they did very well and eventually came up against a good Dutch team, and the Dutch team are pretty hard to beat. But the US still gives them a good game of it. So I wouldn't think that, no. There used to be a time when people would say, oh, no, the US won't beat anybody. That day is long gone. That day is long gone. You still have to, even though they didn't do so well in Copa America, it's a big step up when you go to play the teams from South America. I mean, when you're playing Argentina, who are the world champions, if you're playing Brazil, who have won so many World Cups, you're playing Uruguay, and you're playing Colombia. Colombia is a great team at the moment. They beat another team the other night, 5-1. Everybody said, oh, they beat the US 5-1 in the friendly. But they've now beat a team 5-0 in the Cup. So if you're playing against, these are the top echelons of teams that they're playing. So I don't think that anybody ever says, well, we want to play the U.S. in a competition. Maybe to set things up, because at the moment in America, I mean, the amount of money that's been spent on soccer and the amount of people who are going to soccer games, Copa America has been unbelievable. The first game they had in Copa America here, there was 73,000 people at it.
Tommy Smyth. You can see him on ESPN. You can hear him, Sirius XM FC 157. Follow him on X, Tommy Smyth with a Y, ESPN. Tommy Smyth, ESPN. Tommy, thanks for setting it straight. We wish you and your family all the best. Safe travels.
Take care of yourselves, guys. Lovely to be on with you. I'll talk to you again.
Tommy Smyth, kind enough to join us once again here on Miller and Moulton. So we
cracked the top 20.
Right. Are we Wisconsin? Who are we?
No, we're Iowa because we can't score.
Oh, look at you. Look at you. And if they keep Berhalter, he does become our Ferentz, doesn't he? But
Very much so. Very much so. Keep the same people and expect different results.
Well,
we wouldn't make the 14 or the 12 team playoff. That's what he's saying.
Correct. And we're borderline as to whether or not we should advance out of group, which is basically what we are every World Cup. Kind of like, are we going to get out of group or not? And when we get out of group, we don't win.
And they'll make it easy for us in the 26 World Cup, theoretically.
Right. Theoretically. Miller and Moulton. Man, sometimes the truth can be cold, hard, and painful.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When choosing something of high value and personal significance, such as a diamond, you want to shop with the best. And the mall is not the place to be. Here are my friends, Jason and Todd, with the Diamond District.
Take a stroll in the mall, pop into a few jewelry stores, and you'll soon discover you're in the wrong place. Rings begin to look all alike. You're not finding GIA certified diamonds. You quickly realize you know more than a salesperson helping you, and all the same financing gets pushed on you.
Visit Jason and me, and you'll find America's top bridal designers dealing exclusively with the Diamond District. You'll find the largest selection of GIA certified diamonds, all priced 8 to 10% over cost. You'll find educated sales consultants who have many years' experience and are not paid commissions.
And you'll find Todd and me in the store nearly every day, wanting to shake your hand and welcome you to our Diamond District family.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
I got to get back in my groove. I keep missing the dang screen.
Because you might not be good enough Irish to play any of the other sports. So the team that we lost to 2-1 when the guy got the red card and we couldn't get the draw, Panama, they got beat 5-0. 5-0 by Colombia.
Yeah, Colombia just got done beating us 5-1, though.
In a friendly. Right. But then we came back like a few days later and what we tied Brazil or somebody.
Yeah.
That Brazil-Uruguay match was like the Knicks and the Heat.
Yes.
In the playoffs 25 years ago when the scores were in the 70s. I mean, oh my goodness, did that set soccer back.
Like what other four sports, Irish football? We promote soccer far more than we promote hockey in this country. It ain't close. I'd say we promote soccer as much as we promote baseball, if not more. Now, football and basketball, that's a different story. Bless you.
Thank you. Nowhere.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Back in the saddle again after being off last week. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Dave McCarthy, who covers the NHL for a living. So we're going to bring him on to talk hockey. I thought it made sense. Do so at the top of the hour, the first week of NHL free agency, some trades, and what have you. We haven't talked about it much. You got a problem with the Lightning and how they treated Stamkos and how that all went down?
I would have liked them to have kept Stamkos, but it just appeared that they had no desire to do so. And it looked as if at the end when they sent Servachev on the trade, I thought they were clearing up room, trying to get as much money as they could for Stamkos, but not with what Nashville paid him. There's no way Tampa was paying him that. No way.
The word is that the Lightning had a dollar value that they wanted, 20 to 24 million, supposedly. was, and they wanted to spread it out over like 8 years so that Stamkos could retire with the Lightning, but he'd be really affordable. And yeah, he may only play 3 or 4 of those years. And they, hide, eat, whatever the money at the end of the contract. Because the cap's now going up. The NHL's doing pretty well, the best they've ever done financially. And so the cap's at close to 90 million or thereabouts now. It's probably going to be in the hundreds soon. And they could hide 2.5, 3 million a year. It wouldn't be the worst thing, 3% of your cap. And Stamkos is like, yeah, I'm the captain. I 2.5, 3 million. And what if I want to play 5, 6 years? I'm still, I just, first off, I signed for less than market value 8 years ago. We all did. And now you want me to sign for this? I got, the Rangers were willing to offer me 6 and change. I got Nashville over, and they're like, yeah, don't know what to tell you. Here you go. And Stamkos was like, yeah, I can't do that. I can't live with myself. Here's my question for you, Mark. Because I don't believe that the Lightning offered, like Stamkos got 32 over 4 from Nashville. He didn't take a pay cut. He's still making 8. If you were the Lightning, would you have offered him 32 but over 8?
No. No.
If you're the Lightning, you wouldn't have done it?
No.
Okay.
I understand what you're saying, and the cap is going to get bigger, but this is a sport where $4 million goes a long way to keeping players.
It does. It does. That's a second-line defenseman, maybe. Maybe that's your 4th best defenseman on a good team. That's your best player on your 3rd line. I hear you. It's a valued, spot. It is $4 million in the NHL. It is.
And the other side of this, David, is that, and you know this as well as anybody, is that Stamkos 5-on-5 was not good last year. His numbers were, and as you pointed out many times, he had to play too much. So,
right. He's great on the power. I mean, don't know if there's a better, quite frankly, guy on the left wing on the power play in the league than Stamkos right now. Yeah, he's amazing on the power play. And it helps that Kucherov and Hedman were feeding him.
David, it does help to have a Hedman or a Kucherov around.
Really
Kucherov
does.
did have 100 assists.
Correct.
Okay. So, but if you're paying it, and I get if you're paying him $4 million, you could put him on the 3rd line, but you're paying him all that extra money on the back end that you could use, guys. I don't think they felt he was a top 2-line center for them anymore, and they were paying him accordingly.
Well, clearly the general manager didn't, because he didn't negotiate with them all last offseason. And Stamkos kept calling, going, hey, you guys want to talk a contract? And he kept going, no, we're good. Oh, okay. And obviously, look, like Hedman just signed a 4-year extension. Not a new 4-year deal. He still had a year or so left on his contract. They wanted to keep Hedman. They signed him. They wanted to keep Point. They signed him a year early. I mean, so Tampa Bay clearly showed Stamkos. There are key guys who they reached out to a year before their contract was up, and they renegotiated with and did long-term deals with. They didn't do it with Stammer. That's interesting. He is the captain. We've talked about it a lot before. It may not mean anything in any of the other sports. It carries real weight in hockey.
The room adapts to the captain, not the other way around. The captain sets the tone for the room and therefore the style in which the team plays.
So basically, they traded Sergachev and let Stamkos walk and replaced him with Ryan McDonough, who they got back from Nashville in a trade, and they signed Getzel. $9 million a year, by the way.
Which that, to me, is way too much money for Jake Getzel.
Way too much.
He's a nice player. He's an above-average player. I don't think he's an elite player.
No, I think he's a good to very good player. He's also always played on a line with either Crosby or Malkin. Okay, so now
and he had
he's going to
Aho for the tail end in Carolina. So
right,
now
and he was
he's going to get a Kucherov, so he should be able to score a lot of goals playing with Kucherov. A lot of goals.
Here's why I thought Stamkos still had real value. Not as much as the C part. He was really good in the Panthers series. He was 5-on-5. He was really good. He scored. Didn't he score 5 goals? He had 6 points in the 5 games against the Panthers. He had a good series against Florida. And hey, listen, we watched a lot of teams who couldn't do squat. Elite forwards who didn't do squat against the Panthers throughout the playoffs. And Stamkos had a good series. And I thought to myself, man, if they could just play him less during the regular season and have him ready for the postseason, he can still get it done. He just showed it.
I will say on the other side, I was surprised at how much the Panthers paid Reinhart.
You mean 8 for 69?
Right.
That's over 8.5. Yeah.
That's a lot of money. And look, he had a great year, over 50 goals last year, unbelievably productive, really nice player. I thought that was an obscene amount of money for him. That surprised me, that he garnered that much money on the open, well, not the open market, but in order to retain him.
I mean, Tarasenko signed for about half that and a much shorter term.
And now he gets to play on a second line.
So the Panthers lost Montour, Tarasenko, and some depth pieces. Panthers counting on the fact, remember, we had a couple Panthers guests on who were saying that, hey, they have 5 lines. So the Panthers are kind of counting on, we lost the best winger on the third line and we lost a couple depth pieces, but we got 3 forwards we can move up.
Organizational depth is what they think they have, David.
That's right. They also picked up another defenseman on the cheap, a guy who got bought out. And so he signed for like the minimum with the Panthers, and they're hoping that they kind of struck gold there to help replace Montour. We'll see.
They did it with Forsland, so maybe they can do it again. Panthers have been very, very productive in picking up players on the free agent market.
Dave McCarthy covers the NHL. We'll get his thoughts coming up a little over 30 minutes from now. Miller and Moulton. On the other side, we'll talk a little football. We are 47, 54, and 59 days away from the season starting. Heck, we're just 24 days away from the Hall of Fame game. So close you can taste it.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
If you're in love and thinking about a diamond, you'll want to hear
That is a great question. Who is the greatest Lightning player of all time? First off, I think the guys on the current team are all better than the Cavalier and St. Louis. I mean, Stammer's got 555 goals, for goodness sakes. Hedman or Stamkos?
Right now, Stamkos.
Hedman's going to play 4 or 5 more years for him, though.
I know.
I know. I'm with you, Mark. I think it's Stammer. Nashville and the Devils, and the Oilers have had really good, sneaky offseason, by the way, is the Capitals. I don't think they're ready to compete at the highest level yet, but they've had a really solid offseason. They need Ovechkin to get the record and so they can move on to get that salary off the books.
Can't send another link to watch.
I got to be honest.
I think they can from the off stage, but I don't know. We've never had that asked of us, David.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
$22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. I just wanted to continue a discussion that we started about an hour ago. And we know our audience is, constantly coming and going. It's the morning, going to work, this, that, and the other thing. So they catch us in bits and pieces. But just talking about college football world now. While we were gone, all the changes were made official. Texas and Oklahoma to the SEC, USC, UCLA, Washington, Oregon to the Big Ten, basically almost all the rest of the Pac-12 going to the Big 12, etc.
Cal to the ACC.
Along with Stanford and SMU.
Right.
Whoa. By the way, SMU a sneaky pick in the ACC this year to make the conference title game. Just saying. That is the part, I'm guilty of it more than you. And you, with good reason, have made ample fun of me over the years because I am the schedule geek of the two of us.
You're not wrong. And I think you were ahead of the curve because you are onto something when it comes to now non-divisions in college football.
Yes. I think I'll end up being right now. I think I've overanalyzed too many three-car funeral processions over the last 15 years, however.
Right, but SMU has Florida State at home, at Louisville. That's it. I mean, at Stanford, at Duke, home for Pitt, home for BC, at Virginia, home for Cal.
You know, if you think Clemson, Miami, North Carolina are in the top 4 or 5 of the ACC this year, they're not on SMU's schedule. Only Florida State is, and they get them at home.
David, the one thing that vacation did to me, and I hate that it did this to me, the Canes are in a really good spot heading into this year.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, no, for you TikTok fans. You're damn right, David.
And not only that, they just, while we were away, they won 2 recruiting battles for 2 5-stars. Mario off the field. Mario is crushing it.
So in the Phil Steele book, he does the rankings. And what got me going on Miami was he had in the rankings of all the units, he's got the Canes in the top 10 and top 15 in literally every single unit: quarterback, running back, O-line, D-line. The only one he doesn't have them in the top 15 was their D-backs. But then that gets to coaching, because when he does just each unit, David, by conference, the very last one, he has the ACC unit rankings. Quarterback for Miami, 1. Running back, 2. Receiver, 1. O-line, 2. D-line, 1. Linebackers, 3. D-backs, 7. Special teams, 3. And wait for it, coaching, 7. I mean, he's flat out telling you they're the most talented team in the league, and the coach isn't good enough. Not on game day.
And that was the resume on Mario when they hired him, though. First things first, we got to fill up the cupboard, then worry about cooking it. So the cupboard's getting filled up, Mark.
It is getting filled up, David, and it's from Whole Foods. It's not the Publix brand. It's not the Winn-Dixie brand. It's the expensive brand. It's the stuff you go, damn, these guys buy nice things in this house. Not just average run-of-the-mill stuff. This is the good stuff.
Which also leads us to how important is August 31st for both coaches and both teams.
Oh, my goodness. Read an article, as I'm sure you did, just it ranked the top 10 college football games of the year. Whatever. But it got me thinking, because it had Miami and Florida State on there, and it didn't have Miami and Florida on there. And I get Florida State and Miami is a bigger game year in, year out for those two schools. But the pressure on the Canes and the Gators week 1 and what that will do to both of these teams, David, is incredible to me.
Read something while we were away in which a guy who does this for a living, he then wrote a piece about the top 10 coaches most likely to be fired. And the number 1 coach most likely to be fired this year he had is Billy Napier. And he said, listen, Florida's finishing stretch is the most difficult I've seen ever. He goes, ever. There's no hyperbole here. Ever. And we went through it a few times. Their final 5 games. You want to play the 1-loss game? Here it is. Georgia, at Texas, LSU, Ole Miss, at FSU. Right now, They're underdogs in all 5. All 5 of those schools are preseason top 15, no matter where you look. Georgia, at Texas, LSU, Ole Miss, at Florida State. In fact, 3 of those are definitely top 10, probably 4. Now that's today. Guys can get hurt and teams can fall apart. But it's why the first 7 games, if you're Billy Napier, you need to put the wins in the win column.
And they're not easy because that's the Canes. That's A&M, who on paper, A&M right now is a better roster than the Gators. It's close, but A&M has more talent there. At Mississippi State, UCF, at Tennessee, and home for Kentucky. Every one of those games winnable, but all difficult.
I mean, honestly, like USC is buying their way out of future games because now with the Big Ten schedule and they still have Notre Dame on the schedule and they're looking around going, yeah, whose idea was this LSU thing? Whose idea was this? Lincoln Riley's like, I know you're paying me a lot of money, but this schedule's ridiculous. Can we get some of the games off this schedule, please? And seriously, how did Scott Strickland not eliminate one of these games off of this year's schedule? In his non-conference games this year are Florida State, Miami, and UCF. Seriously? Couldn't wait a year? He can't do anything with the Florida State game. Hell, Mario would have agreed to move it. Mario needs a win too. Okay, you serious? Florida and Miami couldn't have pushed this sucker back one more year? I think they both could use it. Can't find 2 MAC schools? Help me out here.
Need a little payday?
It's great for us as fans. This is awesome. I want everybody to schedule like this. But seriously. And not only that, week 1. It's like all those years that Michigan scheduled Notre Dame as their first game of the year. I was a Notre Dame fan. I'd look at Michigan people and go, why are you doing this? Week 1? It's your second biggest game of the year. What are you, crazy?
And it's one thing if the Gators get off to a good start. They beat the Canes and they beat the Aggies and they're 3-0 and everybody's
awesome.
The Gator chomp and they're all fired up.
Right.
But what if it's 1-2?
Oh, blank. That's what the reaction is. Oh, blank. Still got to go to Neyland. The Kentucky game's been a flip of the coin lately.
And the UCF game is big from this standpoint. You have to win and you have to dominate. And I'm not joking around here. You have an opportunity to keep them as the big 3 in UCF. See, UCF had to play in a big boy league last year, first year in it. They didn't have a lot of success. But if they go get the Gators, oh boy, what that does to the Gators and what that then does to UCF's program.
Well, the other thing also is that Florida should win, and they should win by 2 scores. They should.
Yes, they should.
Okay, but it's still what have you taken a look at the rest of our schedule? I mean, that's a game. That's a legitimate game. You got to show up. You got to play pretty well or better to win. You got to play your guys deep into that game. Okay, there's what? Do they have Sanford on the schedule? Is that the only time that they can basically throw the helmets and shoulder pads out on the field this year?
Yes.
That's the other thing. I mean, they got 11 out of 12 where they got to play. You take a look at the other schools. They got no more than 10. A lot of them have no more than 9 times, especially in the SEC. Now, Georgia's got a non-conference schedule this year. Bama's got a non-conference schedule this year, although Nick always played at least one game a year, non-conference. He was just, better than everybody played.
Texas has a non-conference schedule their
Yes,
first
they
year in
do.
the SEC because they're playing Michigan. But, they're playing Michigan, but the other three are Colorado State, Louisiana Monroe, and Texas San Antonio.
Right. Like Billy Napier couldn't have used that. Where Billy Napier goes, yeah, I'll go to Tallahassee. And then now put the other 3 games on his schedule. Put those 3 in the first 7 for me. Name them again?
Colorado State, UTSA, and ULM.
Well,
A
there
lot
you
of
go.
initials there, David.
That's okay. Throw them around a little A&M, little Kentucky, little at Mississippi State. Now all of a sudden I head to the cocktail party. What am I? At worst 5-2? Realistically, what, 6-1? Now all of a sudden, okay, this gauntlet. Let's go. Let's see what we can do. I will say this, Mark. You go back to the beginning with Bobby in Florida State. How did Bobby make his bones?
Anywhere, anytime.
And he had a 5-game stretch against ranked teams all in a row. I think all of them on the road. And he went 3-2. And that was when Bobby in Florida State let the rest of the world know this is a program. You're going to have to deal with us.
What Gator fan would do to go 3-2 in those last 5 games.
He'd win Coach of the Year in the conference if he goes 3-2 in that stretch. Think about it. I mean, even if the 2 were Georgia and Florida State, it still means he'd beat who?
Texas, LSU, and Ole Miss.
Right. I mean, they'd love to get one of the 2 bookends, but yeah, they could live with that. At Texas, home for LSU and Lane. Yeah, the Florida fan be okay with that.
By the way, did you answer the question how many times the Gators should make the playoffs in the next 10 years?
In the next 10 years, starting from behind, though.
Starting from behind.
You got to take that into
consideration.
consideration.
Yeah, absolutely.
But
factoring in, Bud Elliott's blue chip ratio, they're getting the recruits, they're getting the right people.
Okay. They will not make it, in my opinion, in the 2 years that we're going to do 12. So really, you're asking me, how many times do I think they're going to make it then in the next 8 years? How many times should they make it if they have their act together? I think as a Gator fan, I would want the number to be 4. Realistically, 2.
Then if that's the case, if it's just 2, Napier doesn't survive. He doesn't. If they only make the playoffs 2 of the next 10 years, he wouldn't make those 10 years. There is no way, in my estimation, that he would be the coach throughout that tenure if that's what happens to them.
Mark, that was very nice of you to talk about Billy Napier, possibly the challenge of him lasting 10 more years. Mark, I just want to see him reach Christmas.
So do the rest of the Napiers, David. That's all they're shooting for.
I mean, getting to a bowl game, I think, would be like, kind of worked out okay. Whew. Miller and Moulton. Dave McCarthy talking a little NHL in the Diamond District bonus hour. It is all next. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability.
I never have. I don't know if David has or not.
Been in a production meeting, 2 of them with them, and talked with them briefly getting off a flight in Jacksonville. We were walking together in the airport, and he was signing autographs as we walked. McCarthy.
All set.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
And welcome to the Diamond District bonus hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap today was the day when, along with our final thoughts coming up in about 40 minutes' time. Well, he does it all involving the NHL. You see him on NHL Network. You listen to him on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM Channel 91, and you can read him on NHL.com. He's Dave McCarthy. Follow him on X at Dave, the letter A, McCarthy, Dave A. McCarthy. Dave, it's David and Mark. Good morning. How are you?
Good to be on with you boys. What's going on?
Well, wanted to get your thoughts last week as a whole. Okay, I think we know who the big winners are. Okay, give me a couple of teams in which you think, yeah, last week didn't really go well.
That's a good question. I'm a little confused with what Pittsburgh is doing, to be honest with you. I think adding Kevin Hayes via trade was a deal where, you know, they're not getting any younger. In fact, I think Kevin Hayes is a little bit older than Riley Smyth, and he's certainly not as quick as Riley Smyth. So I thought that was a confusing way to try to replace him and add to their team. And they didn't really do much else of consequence. So I think they're kind of just throwing things at the wall right now and hoping they can piece something together while they still have Sidney Crosby around. They didn't really do anything to me that made me very excited that they would get any better. Buffalo is another team where it's getting to the point in time where they need to try to find a way to win. I think the pressure is getting turned up on Kevin Adams right now. But I don't think they really did anything to improve their team. They went out and got Ryan McLeod. I understand that he's a guy who is a relatively effective, I'd say, third or fourth line center. But beyond that, you know, I don't think he really moves the needle all that much. still have some questions about what I see with the Sabres. I don't think they really strengthened their team very much, and I thought Carolina got a little worse, losing Brady Shea, losing Brett Pesce, losing Teuvo Teravainen. Those are some pretty important players for them, and they didn't really do, especially up front, much at all to replace Teravainen. Bringing Jack Roslovic, I thought he had a real down year last year, so I don't really get too excited about that. And on the back end, bringing in Sean Walker, I like Sean Walker, but he's not Brett Pesce. And they didn't really bring in anybody to replace Brady Shea. So I thought Carolina is in a position where they won't be as good coming into next season.
When you look at Tampa and what they did, letting Stamkos go or not really wanting to sign him for the money he was getting, trading Sergachev, but getting Jake Getzel, where do you assess where Tampa is right now?
Well, they changed the look of their team for sure. I think the fact that Stamkos left is still shocking. To me, he was one of those players that it just seemed like in everybody's mind that he was going to be with one team for life. It's captain, 2 Stanley Cups. He had a really good year this year too. Shot it in the net 40 times. But they made a tough decision in Tampa Bay, and we'll see what turns out to be the right call. When you sign a guy who's 34 to a longer term, bigger money deal, the history suggests that's not the best course of action. You look at Pittsburgh signing Evgeny Malkin to a long term, bigger money deal a couple of years ago at a similar age. That hasn't really worked out well in Pittsburgh. You look at Washington signing Ovechkin to a long-term big money deal at a similar age a couple of years ago. That hasn't really worked out all that well. It kind of handcuffs your ability to build out your team when you have that much money tied up in a guy who's in his mid-30s. And then inevitably, guys' play will start to erode. As we've seen with Malkin, he was not nearly as good last year as he was the year prior. So, when you sign a guy at that age to that money, you never know how long it's going to be until their play starts to slip. So I think what Tampa's issue was last year was that beyond their top guys, like the Braden Points, Nikita Kucherovs, Stamkoses, there was an issue when it came to depth on their team. So I think Julian Brisebois looked at it and said, we need to try and find a way to add to our group. And if we sign Stamkos to a long-term big money deal, we won't have a lot of money with which to work to build out the team elsewhere. So I think that's the calculus. We'll see if it works out, though, because you move on a guy like Stamkos. It's not just the production on the ice, but you wonder if you're ripping the heart and soul out of the team and what he brings to the group in the room, his leadership and all of that. That is a guy that is essentially Mr. Tampa Bay Lightning, and now he's gone. Are you ripping the nucleus out of your room? Like, how will that affect the other guys in the room? That'll be something to be seen. You bring in Jake Guentzel, I think, he's a guy that is potentially able to replace what Stamkos brought. I think it's a lot of money though for Jake Guentzel, $9 million. I really do. I think Jake Guentzel's a good player, but man, that's a lot of money. Cam Atkinson, I talked to him yesterday on my show. I think he's going to get good opportunity, move up the lineup, play in an offensive role, more so than he was doing in Philadelphia last year, and on a 1-year deal at cheap. I think that's a good signing. But it'll be interesting to see how Tampa Bay fares now, because anytime you take a guy like Stamkos and what he represented out of that room, that can have effects other than just the 20 minutes that the guy's on the ice.
Dave McCarthy, NHL Network, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM Channel 91, and NHL.com. Follow Dave on X, Dave, the letter A, McCarthy, Dave A. McCarthy. The consensus is that Nashville, New Jersey, Edmonton, rank them however you want, they're the big winners. Is there another team that you look at and go, got to admit, really like what this team did?
Yeah, well, I agree with you. We did a list on my show yesterday, and those were teams that came up. The other team that I had in that equation is the Washington Capitals. I thought they did some sneaky good stuff to get themselves to a position where they can try to get into the playoffs and see what happens this year. I'm not convinced that it's going to be work that'll lead to enduring success, but they're not at the point where they're looking to be good for 5 to 6 to 7 years. They're looking to be good as they possibly can be next year, years after it be damned, right? Because Alex Ovechkin is nearing the end of his career. They want to be in a position where they're at least a team that can contend for a playoff spot and maybe do a little bit of damage once they get there. Credit to them last year squeezing in, but that was essentially a preseason series for the New York Rangers in the first round. I don't know if they even broke a sweat. So they needed to get better, and I think they did. Bringing in Andrew Mangiapane, he's a quality player. I like a lot of what he brings. He can score. He scored in the past. Last year had a bit of a down year, but there's other elements to his game. He's competitive. He's got some feistiness to him. He can skate. Pierre-Luc Dubois, he's going to get an opportunity now to play a big role. At times, maybe in LA last year, the fit wasn't there. You had Anze Kopitar, you had Philippe Danault, and then it was Pierre-Luc Dubois, right? He wasn't on the power play all the time. So there's going to be no question he's going to be relied on for a big role this year. And I've talked to people who argue that he's going to be good. I'm going to still reserve my judgment on that because it's been a long time since I've thought Pierre-Luc Dubois has been a player that's played up to his abilities. But we'll see. He'll get the opportunity in Washington this year. They added some guys down the lineup, and Brandon Duhaime and Taylor Radish. Their bottom six looks pretty good. And bringing in a couple of guys on D, and Jacob Chychrun and Matt Waugh, to go along with John Carlson, Rasmus Sandin, Martin Ferravard, Trevor Van Riemsdyk, that's not a bad blue line. Not a bad blue line at all. And, they moved out Darcy Kemper, who had kind of got boxed out by Charlie Lindgren. So if Lindgren can play even close to the level he played at last year between the pipes and bringing in Logan Thompson, I find it interesting. You got a pair of goalies now that both catch with their right hand. Well, the last time that's happened in the NHL. But a goaltending tandem that, you look at it and say, that should be pretty good. So for next year, I think Washington's done a lot to improve themselves. I think they should be a playoff team, I would expect, in the Metro Division next year.
Dave, we got about a minute left. When you look at what Florida did with Reinhart, I know he had 50-plus tucks and won a cup. Was he overpaid?
A little bit too much for me. Because I look at his entire body of work. And to me, he's a 25 to 33 type goal scorer. I think 57 was the outlier. Now, you're never in a better bargaining position than he was in. Having scored the Stanley Cup winning goal, 57 during the regular year, a big part of the team in the playoffs, and the team has won a cup. But that's a lot of money. So, we'll see if he can keep it up. Even if he's a 30 goal scorer, I think he'll be fine with that. But it's a lot of money. But they did lose some guys in the offseason. Brandon Montour, Oliver Ekman-Larsson, who played real well. I think Florida might have gotten a little bit weaker in the offseason. Now, they should be fine, I think, to make the playoffs. And you can always tinker with your team as the year goes on. I always remind people of that. Don't get worked up. You look at your roster today. Is it good enough to keep you in a position that come trade deadline time, you're a buyer and not a seller? Florida, right. I think the answer to that is yes. And I wouldn't be surprised if come trade deadline time next year, they'll look to re-augment some areas that I think took a bit of a step back in the offseason.
Dave McCarthy, NHL Network Television, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM Channel 91, and NHL.com. Follow Dave on X, Dave, the letter A, McCarthy, Dave A. McCarthy. Dave, thanks so much for your time and your insight. Look forward to doing it again before the start of the regular season here on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are full
By the way, apparently Crosby's about to sign an extension with the Penguins.
Mm-hmm. I'd seen that as well. That was some hardcore hockey right there.
A little too hardcore, but yeah. He went a little deep with the rosters there.
Yep.
Hoping for something a little
more Cliff Notey.
Yeah, just, you know.
You mean when we're doing the fourth pair of the Capitals?
Capitals, right. You know, I mean, you know, there's a buddy of mine who was listening who sent me a text who's like, well, love the in-depth Caps talk.
And Jess, I had not paid much attention on vacation to raise trade rumors.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. David Sampson, Adam Schefter, scheduled to be on the show tomorrow. That's our first time with, they call him Shefty.
Do you?
No, I don't know him well. I literally have seen him in past. It's funny, the Monday morning hotel schedule. You know, we do this show, and then, see, he's not part of the production meeting that takes place 1 hour after our show. That's the game broadcast production meeting. He's part of another production meeting, which is the pregame, 2 to 3 hours that they fill. He's part of that production meeting, which I think theirs is earlier in the morning, and then he goes and works out. And so, for whatever reason, the timing of me heading downstairs for breakfast in the meeting, him coming back from the workout, I kid you not, we would literally run into each other 4 consecutive weeks.
So you guys didn't run into each other in the gym, as I suspected.
If I wanted to meet Adam Schefter, okay, where do you think's the last place that I would possibly meet him?
Well,
a workout room, perhaps?
I don't see Shefty as a buffet guy, the buffet line. I don't see Shefty at the buffet. I don't see you crossing paths and working out or eating. And I can't believe I'm going Shefty.
Well, maybe after our interview tomorrow, you know, you two will be, you know, he'll call you Millsy. You can call him Shefty.
Yeah.
When's the last time somebody called you by your hockey nickname?
Oh, yesterday?
Really?
Yeah, ran into someone at the driving range. He said, hey, Millsy. Most of the guys at the golf course call me Millsy.
Okay.
Because there was a few old, you know, friends from former lives that joined with me, and that's what they call me. So that's
right. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. There are people part of the CBS crew. Craig Silver, the executive producer, got on a kick 15 years ago. He calls me Moulton. Okay. And so there are about 6, 8 of the guys who call me Moulton. I just, you know, let it go. You know.
Did it bother you? Did that bother you at first with Moulton? Because you're the one person I know that does not like his name botched.
I don't like my first name botched.
You don't care if your last name's botched?
No, because
I mean, basically, as long as we don't call you Dave.
Right. Right. Which do you prefer, Dave or David? David. Okay, Dave. Right. Yeah, that one. Yeah. I'm a little sensitive to that one. Probably too sensitive. Okay, but no, because my last name, it's like Joe Buck. You know, Joe and I, you know, I mean, we're not, you know, we don't go out and socialize. We've broken bread together a handful of times. You know, but you know, I had worked side by side with the guy for a while now. I mean, it took him 5 years to pronounce my last name correctly. I literally spelled it out for him on a card. Finally, just so you know, here you go. Because he kept emphasizing the U. And I'm like, believe it or not, it's spelled like molten. It's pronounced like molten lava. It's pronounced like Molten, but there's, two different vowels thrown in. And I understand that kind of throws people off. Some people emphasize the T, some people emphasize the U. Okay, some people emphasize the end, Moulton. Okay, so my last name's been botched forever, so I'm fine with that.
Yeah, these are things I've never had to worry about in my life. When you have the most simple name on earth, Mark Miller. Could it get any, unless it was Mark Smyth, it couldn't get much easier.
That is true. That is true.
Barely have 3 syllables, for crying out loud.
So anyway, we're having Samson and Shefty.
Who was the other one you passed a lot too? There was another Monday Night Countdown guy. Was it Steve Smith that you seemed to be?
Oh, yeah, with the NFL. Oh, my goodness. Post-game, Steve Smith
you were
and
doing Thursdays, right?
We're doing Thursdays on Fox. Steve Smith and I ran into one another all day on Thursday. We ran into each other in the morning. We'd run into each other after the game at the hotel. He finally, literally in an elevator, he turned, he looked at me. He goes, okay, we're running into each other so much. I got to know, who the hell are you?
And then after that, did he just pretty much on the pay no mind list?
No, it was great because then actually we went, and it was like the one time that the Fox crew and the NFL Network crew, we did post game together. We're all in the same conference room, same food, same drink. And I said to him, I go, listen, I can be that obnoxious guy who parks myself right next to you. And he goes, well, don't sit next to me. How about across from me? I go, okay, fair enough. So I sat across from him, and we did it that way. So, yeah, you're right. So for about a month there, Shefty and I ran into each other all the time. He sweating, working out, looking good. Me looking like a guy who's headed to the buffet. Huh. So anyway, Adam Schefter, I think the first time on the show, though, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. We've had a few guys over the years on the show, but it is a first for us and Adam Schefter. All right. Tomorrow, along with David Sampson, scheduled here on Miller and Moulton.
So Dave McCarthy, that just joined us, does not think that the Tampa Bay Lightning seemed to be down on the moves the Lightning made. Understood it, but didn't like it.
It's very interesting. They traded Sergachev to get Ryan McDonough back. McDonough's a lot older and more expensive. Okay. So then they traded essentially Stamkos for Getsel, who's younger and a lot more expensive. And a trade they made last year at the deadline did not work out at all. That Tanner Jeannot trade, they unloaded him for parts just to get his salary off the books.
And the Getsel one's going to be interesting to me, David, for a couple of reasons. I think it's way too much money for Jake Getsel, but he's got an elite playmaker with him. When has Getsel excelled? When he plays with elite playmakers. The other place that Getzel's been really, really good is scoring goals David, in the postseason.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'll say it again, though. Stamkos just had 5 goals and assists in a 5-game series against the Panthers. Now, interestingly enough, he was -5 in the series. But how much is him and how much was the team? Florida was better.
Yes,
and
they were.
And they had to play their top line all the time. Cooper had no chance to compete against the Panthers unless he went with his prime guys as much as possible. But I would not have made the deal for the price. Now I will say, I would not have given Stamkos 4 for 32, even if I was the Lightning. That's what Nashville got him. I think Nashville, to get him, had to give him the going rate. A sign of respect. We're going to pay you what you've been making for the last 8 years. So they gave it to him. But he will turn 35 in February. So he's going to play at 35, 36, 37, 38 in Nashville.
It's an outrageous sum of money for someone that age.
Right.
It is. He's not good 5-on-5 anymore. He's elite on the power play.
So, also you get into later on, can you move them to, can you keep moving them down from first line to second line to third? I mean, that whole apple cart and the room and, can you keep moving the guy with the C down? The Rangers, Mark, have that issue. It looks like their defenseman Trouba is going to be their third line right-handed D. Yeah, he's the captain making $8 a year. How long is that going to fly for?
Well, if he'd give up the no trade, he'd be in Detroit by the end of the day. It's on
Miller
his
and
way.
Moulton. And they didn't have a great offseason either so far.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
20 years ago, Jason and I had the idea for a jewelry store like no other, with a vast selection of certified diamonds priced 8 to 12% over cost. A team of individuals who are educated, driven, and believe in cultivating relationships.
Today, we have become one of the largest independent jewelry stores in the country. Todd and I love what we do and are in the store nearly every day, along with our GIA gemologists, master jewelers, custom designers, and non-commissioned diamond consultants, all of which we consider family.
As direct diamond importers, we travel the world, forging relationships and sourcing diamonds. What we love most about our business is that we can call Southwest Florida our home.
If selection, value, and comfort are important to you, give the Diamond District an opportunity. You won't find a better diamond buying experience. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
I thought Sunday Detroit was going to do more.
I think they wanted Stammer. And they wanted Druba, but now apparently his wife doesn't want to go to Detroit.
Well, apparently she's in the final year of her medical whatever residency, and it's in New York, and she can't move, and they have a young child, and so Truba's like, I really can't leave. This would like totally mess up our life. Apparently, the union was even involved, saying to the Rangers, "Don't do this." So it'll be interesting to me, Mark. Can they wait till the deadline?
Right.
I think her residency's up in May, though. But if they shorten it, we'll see. I think the Rangers aren't doing anything more because they want flexibility at the deadline money-wise.
Makes sense.
Well, he definitely won the Open in 13. I know he won the Scottish. I just don't know if he won it in 13.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X, David Sampson, Adam Schefter, amongst those who will be on the show tomorrow. Seth Everett, Pat Kerwin to join us on Wednesday as we get back running at full speed after our week off last week.
Yeah, I'm not up to full speed today. I've been making some behind the scenes errors on the Twitch page.
I haven't heard it's mostly affected us in Jacksonville, and I haven't heard from them. They've actually been promoting us. They've been saying nice things about us.
Wow, look at that. Thank you, Jacksonville.
I know. They're kind of, forming their network. We're the mornings. They got their franchise midday show. They just signed on a former Gator basketball player to co-host their afternoon drive show, Patrick Young. So, they got the whole thing coming together.
It's time for someone to take back this segment, if for no other reason than to stop David from talking about Meghan and Harry. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
We start in 1776. Kind of a big year, David.
Well, it was for us.
It was. And today, Colonel John Nixon gives the first public reading of the Declaration of Independence in Philadelphia.
Boy, how long did that take?
It seems like it would have been a while.
Yeah.
If you're there for the beginning, it's, you kind of watching this going, hey, I kind of heard the gist of it. You want to go get a burger? I mean, at what point?
That sounds like the beginning of a filibuster, but okay, you ready? Everybody rolling?
Two things happened today in 1889. One, the Wall Street Journal began publishing. Wow, that was wild. The power just snapped in the building really quickly there, and everything went dark for half a second. But the computers all still seem to be on, so that's a positive. The Wall Street Journal began publishing, and also it was the last fully sanctioned bare-knuckle heavyweight championship fight. David John L. Sullivan beats Jake Kilrain after Kilrain's trainer threw in the towel after the 75th round. 75 one-minute rounds.
The equivalent of 25 3-minute rounds.
Right. Today in 47, reports of a UFO crashing in Roswell, New Mexico happened. In 84, McEnroe beats Connors in straight sets.
That was, I think, 6-1, 6-1, 6-2. He absolutely destroyed Connors. That was McEnroe's great year when he went like 82-3. But it's remembered mostly by him blowing the 2-0 lead at the French against Lendl. But yeah, he won Wimbledon and the U.S. Open that year. One of the great years in the history of the sport.
The Miami Arena opened today in 88. Venus Williams gets her first Grand Slam title, winning Wimbledon today in 2000. And in 2007, Roger Federer won his 5th Wimbledon in a row. John D. Rockefeller, Rune Ardledge, and Toby Keith all would have celebrated birthdays today. Jack Lambert, 72. Kevin Bacon, 66. And Singer Beckett's 54. What did I miss, David?
Well, first off, happy birthday, Paris. Going to play host to the Olympics coming up here in 2.5 weeks. The capital city of France is, well, let me see, do the quick math here, 2,073 years old. I mean, are we sure? I mean, are we sure we got the actual birthday correct? I mean, it was 2,073 years ago. But anyway, that's the claim. July 8th, back in the 250 BC, I guess.
Huh. So happy birthday, Paris.
Or 50 BC, I guess. Yeah. Happy birthday, Paris. Something a little more. Today was the day that Hemingway got shot in World War I. He was an 18-year-old ambulance driver. All right. And he actually was given the Italian Medal of Valor. He helped save an Italian soldier's life. And it was the inspiration, that experience, to one of his most famous novels, A Farewell to Arms. So 106 years ago today, Ernest Hemingway wounded on the Italian front. And that's pretty much all I got.
You've heard folks elsewhere mock Florida is gonna Florida. Well, Mark Miller sees it differently. He calls it the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
We go to Nebraska for the good. And I got to say, I would probably do the same thing here, although I would just waste more money. But Lori Sailors of Lincoln picked up an extra Pick 5 drawing ticket because the ticket was printed by mistake. And she said, I don't let the mistakes go. I don't just let them sit there. And she wisely purchased the mistake ticket, and it earned her a $220,000 jackpot. So you're someone who plays regular numbers, David.
Yes.
If by chance you looked at it and they screwed up one of the numbers, would you still buy the ticket?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I would take it as a sign.
And she did, and she won. For the bad, we go to St. Petersburg, where people who live at the Villas of Carillon Townhome Community fortunately had a special assessment tabled until later in the week. But they have 165 townhomes in the community, and they have mismanaged the townhomes so badly that they hit them up with a $60,000 assessment per condo.
Wow.
Now, they can pay it off over a length of time, but basically they mishandled the finances so badly in the last 20 years that they're now getting hit up for $60K each. That wouldn't go well.
No. But then again, moving is expensive.
You're right. For the ugly, we go to the not-so-friendly skies. Ryanair Airlines, on a flight from Morocco to London, quickly returned to the airport after reaching 30,000 feet when a brawl erupted on the plane.
Oh, man.
It all started because a man in his late 20s reportedly asked a woman sitting with her daughter if he could take his seat to be with his wife and kids. She refused, wanted to stay in her seat. When they got to 30,000, he wasn't very happy when he asked. When they got to 30,000 feet, he came over screaming. Other people then jumped in. It turned into a brawl on the plane, with one woman in the row behind the brawl having a panic attack, screaming like a baby that the flight had to be returned to the airport.
Did you ever have something like that?
No.
All right. I've never been on a flight with a brawl. I will say last year there was a situation developing like that where somebody asked to move 2 of the 3 and anyway the one person would move and it was getting contentious and it was close. It was really close. Put it this way. There were authorities walking on the plane and it was basically shut up or you're being escorted off. That's the closest I've ever been to something like that.
And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, July the 8th, 2024. No, I've seen a couple of, people not being nice to one another.
Mm-hmm.
I've had a few knees put in my back when I reclined my seat before and wasn't too happy about it.
Okay. Can we talk about this? I mean, I think you're allowed to recline. You purchased the seat. The seat is a recline. I mean, what? You're not supposed to recline?
I haven't reclined a seat on a plane in 15 years.
Now, I don't fully recline it, but I do go back like an inch or two.
Yeah, I was 19 when I had a near incident of someone kneeing the back of my plane or back of my seat. And I was not going to move the seat an inch after that. I'm a little different now. I am so fearful of what happened on that Ryanair flight that I wear shoes, keep the toes closed. No one wants to see your feet.
Agreed.
And I don't recline the chair anymore. I just leave it where it is.
Now I do
get hit by the cart a couple of times because I usually got a wing or a leg hanging off the side and take one hard from the service cart because they show no mercy.
Corner of my knee gets it all the time because I always sit on the aisle. So I do take note of who's sitting behind me though. And I have asked, okay, listen, can I go back a couple inches? The one good thing though, Mark, is here's my thought. You recline before the drinks show up. You can't move your seat once they start the beverage cart. To me, because then you don't want to have somebody have their food and drink on their thing and then you're all of a sudden moving. That can cause a problem. So to me, you got to do it right away.
I agree with that. In fact, when I worked in hockey and we flew a lot, our equipment manager I would sit next to him a lot of the times. He would recline all 3 seats before we ever took off. So they were all equal. And that way the flight attendants wouldn't be able to tell that one was back and 2 were up.
Is that Big John?
No, that's Atlanta Knights. That's Kurt Harvey. Okay. That was a veteran move by a young man at that time.
But my thought is you purchase the seat. You're allowed to recline in the seat. Okay. It's a little inconvenient to the person behind you. If you recline, it's a little inconvenient to the person behind you. I mean, it comes with the seat.
You're right. Everything that you say is 100% accurate. If they didn't want you to recline the seat, then why would they have the button there in the first place?
I don't think the person's doing anything wrong. They're not breaking a rule. You mean to tell me that's an unwritten rule?
I think it's become one.
Wow. I've never been offended by somebody reclining.
In fact, that'll be our poll question tomorrow. Are you allowed to recline your seat on an airplane? Yes, no, it's an unwritten rule. Those will be the answers. Because it was never an unwritten rule in the 70s, 80s, 90s, but I think in the early 2000s, David, I think it became a rule.
Yeah, we've gotten a little sensitive.
Yes, we have.
We've certainly lost our sense of humor. In some cases with good reason. So, lighter day today in baseball. And by lighter, I mean like 7 games. And no Rays, no Marlins. 2 in the afternoon, Mets Pirates wrapping up a 4-game series. Cards Nats wrapping up a 4-game series. The rare 4-game series with the wraparound on Monday, and neither game is a makeup doubleheader, for the record. Mark, if you want to see your Tigers, they're on FS1 tonight, 6:40, hosting the Guardians. I mean, they're only 15 back. 16 in the loss column. I mean, you're right there. Right there. Mm-hmm.
Love to see a second half that gets them to flirt with 500 by the end of the season. I think that would be a remarkable accomplishment for the Detroit Tigers at this point.
So your Tigers and our Reds, both with the same record of 42 up and 48 down. There's no soccer today. A day off before the semis of Euro 24 and Copa America. There is Wimbledon going on today. Taylor Fritz, who I believe is the second highest ranked American, he's in action coming up in about 10 minutes. And after him, Joker, both on center court. Fritz taking on the 4 seed, Zverev. So, and the men's draw has gone largely according to seeding.
With a great deal of rain, they've been delaying things on the outer courts throughout the past couple of days.
This used to be the greatest day in tennis at Wimbledon because Sunday would be off.
Right.
And so, it was line them up first day. Everybody played on both sides of the draw today. Everybody who was remaining in singles. It was awesome. It was the greatest day in tennis. Players wanted it to go away. They wanted more time off. So they got it.
And you mentioned earlier Coco Gauff loss. It was tough to see Madison Keys, who battled back in that match
to goodness.
Win the second set, force the third set. She's up 5-2 and she hurts her leg and, played 3 more games in which she had nothing and then ended up retiring at 5-5 because she just couldn't go anymore in a match she would have won.
Yes.
He was up and playing really, really solid tennis. It was terrible to see.
And she's not a teenager anymore. You don't know how many more chances Madison Keys is going to have to go deep into the draw at Wimbledon. Yeah, that was tough. Women's draws in shambles. 10 of the top 12 seeds are out. So there you go. 7 baseball games and otherwise nothing. We'll be back tomorrow. David Sampson, Adam Schefter joining us on Miller and Moulton. MillerMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty.
Now, do we have to stay on?
Oh,